This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A man has been sentenced to 7 years in prison for possessing and dealing in endangered wildlife trophies in Baringo County. Justin Kandie was found guilty of possessing 4 elephant tusks valued at 2.8 million Kenya shillings following a sting operation by a multi-agency team in Katibel village in June 2024. The prosecution called 6 witnesses, including officers from the Kenya Wildlife Service, National Police Service, and a researcher from the National Museum of Kenya. ODM leaders in Nairobi have hit back at claims that the party is losing its political grip, insisting that the Orange Democratic Movement remains united and influential. The leaders dismissed remarks by DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua that ODM has fallen apart, saying the party remains firmly established and politically active. They also expressed support for President William Ruto's bid for a second term, while making it clear that ODM will field candidates and compete for other elective positions.
Tunasema kwa wenzetu, hakuna haja matusi. Hata naona aliyekuwa makamu wa rais Mheshimiwa Gachagua akitusiana kila siku, aleta propaganda hii leo, aleta propaganda hii kesho, awache mambo mengi.
Chama chetu kiko imara. Wale wanasema ya kwamba chama imesambaratika. Mnakumbuka vizuri ya kwamba Rais William Ruto alikuwa kwa ODM. Waziri mkuu Musalia Mudavadi alikuwa kwa ODM. Na wakati walitoka, chama haikuvunjika.
Employers who deny mothers adequate time for maternity leave and breastfeeding could face increased scrutiny, with the Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo calling for strict enforcement of existing laws. Speaking in Parliament, Odhiambo urged the National Assembly Labour Committee to establish the number of agencies violating statutory maternity provisions and recommend action against those found in breach. She said mothers should be given adequate time to care for and breastfeed their children as provided under the law.
If they can just find, if the committee could let us know how many agencies are falling below the statutory provision and what action can be taken. But above that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that sometimes people challenge us and say that it is not possible. I know people might even challenge and say that some of us are members of parliament, that's why we are able to. But all the people who work under me who are women, when they go on maternity leave, I don't give them any less than 6 months. Sometimes I give a year. Because we must also practice what we preach. And for me, and it's not only in my house, even when I've worked, even as a director of Credo, that was the condition.
3 park rangers have been arrested in Tanzania following the death of a man and injuries of 2 others at the Ngorongoro Conservation Area. The 3 men had reportedly been detained by the rangers on Wednesday morning after they were accused of entering the protected area illegally on a motorcycle without following required procedures. Police are investigating the incident amid long-standing concerns by rights groups over the alleged human rights violations linked to the enforcement in the conservation area. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Karibu tena sana. Ati unasema aje City Muga? Tuendelee. Ama nizime microphone niambie. Good morning sir, how are you doing?
Very well, thanks.
Uko fiti sana?
Yes, nashukuru.
Na kuona umefika vyema vizuri. Yes. Salamini. Yes. Nimeacha ukipatia kina Openjo kwa hivyo story nyingine kali tena sana. But now that thing always gets me. But nice to see you, man.
Nice to see you too, sir.
Hey, like I've been telling you, siti ni kama umeanza to go back in age. As in na hisi jokes, si ati nakuflata ama nini.
No, it's because I've had a haircut. Yes, when I have a haircut and I reduce my beard, I tend to look younger.
You've reduced your beard? When did you get this cut?
Well, the reduction is not one of those. It's not readily visible unless you decide to stare.
Yeah.
But it's reduced. Yes.
Ulienda mahali wakafanya ile kitu?
In fact, I was meeting a friend of mine.
Yes.
Na hapo kuna kinyozi pia.
Ndio.
So
ukasema
mazungumzo, we were waiting for a third person. Mimi nikaingia ninyolewe bwana.
Yeah. Yes. Ukaona why not hit two birds with one stone?
Yes, and there's a young man there called Sam who is an artist.
Yeah.
He does exactly what you tell him.
When you say artist, you mean like he's a fine artist?
That man will cut your hair. You luckily forget your hair is being cut. You never get pinched.
Yeah.
You never. It's a seamless process.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. He's an artist.
Good for him.
No, he's very good.
You know, kuna place ingine nilienda kunyolewa. One of those guys, once they were done. Okay, it was one guy. Once he was done, I felt as though nilikuwa ninakatwa na slasher kwa kichwa. Uchungu kila mahali, sijui cuts, sijui weya.
Unajua, that is better than the times when we started getting haircuts when we were young.
Yeah.
Hii kinyozi ilikuwa, hii machine nafanya ilikuwa hakuna.
Ilikuwa ile.
Yes. Bro,
ilikuwa inaonyesha
mambo. Kinyozi ilikuwa ni wanaume tupu. Nothing like head massage, mambo mengi. No, ilikuja baadaye.
Yes.
Bro, but when you live there, you actually feel you've been assaulted.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're actually right.
Na umetoka kinyozi.
Kwanza ukisazini una kuna the first time kuna place nilikuwa nikamasajua na the first time before nielewa what massage is all about. This lady told me, unataka massage? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? After paying all that money tuende kazi. Bro, ile kufinywa hata hiyo si kufinywa, nilifinyangwa. Alinivinyanza ama nilitaka kufanya nini? It's like she was trying to mold me into a new human being. Finywa hapa mgongo umekata, alafu mpaka niingia na elbows anafanya like my friend.
That's deep tissue. Yes.
Then why does it have to why does it have to number one sound like that? Then number two, I have to be in pain for the next 3 days. Why?
That I cannot answer.
Hiyo ni uchungu mingi tena sana. Kama hujui kumassage usinishike.
She knew what she was doing. Yes, she did.
For real?
Yes.
Okay. Leo ni Friday 14th. The United Nations ain't got nothing for us, so I guess it is what it is. But something important happened today in 1947. Pakistan gained independence from British rule and became a new nation. Pakistan were part of India.
They were.
Then there was this separation where they decided Muslims on one side, then everyone else who doesn't feel like it can be on one side.
The guy called Ali Jinnah. He was the guy who led that separation. But there had been issues before then.
Yes.
British rule isn't spoken of widely, but it was divisive.
British rule?
Yes, it was divisive.
Okay.
Now, the reference point is India, as it was before the British came.
There you.
You'll find states like Punjab and others, Bengal, these people were independent kingdoms. Walikuwa na visheria vyao, watu wao, culture yao. But you see, when history is written from the point of view of somebody who wanted to justify subjugation, then you get a distorted history.
Yeah.
But if you look at forget the Bengal famine that killed God knows how many millions of people. Forget the separation that then brought into being Pakistan and then later Bangladesh.
Yeah.
It tells you that this particular region was one massive geographical area.
Yes, it was.
And it may have stayed so had the British not come in. Yes. When I say divisive was this. They found a system and a structure which worked. But to explain and to justify what they were doing, let me use a Kenyan term, they're to rubbish what was there and tell them that they had a superior system of doing things. That's why they would bring in their own administrators. They would tell you how to do. You've been alive and well before they came, and then suddenly they're the ones telling you how to go about your business.
Yeah, they tell you whatever you've been doing has not been working.
You actually haven't figured this thing out. Please let us show you how this is done. So, yes. So, again, since we're on that subject, every time one talks about the genocide and the number of people who have died, you must always remember the empires that have existed.
Yes.
If you want to have an honest conversation, and the people, specific people who are targeted and who died as a result of what these people were doing. Remember, the British Empire was an extractive, imperialistic regime. Yes. So to extract, they had to subjugate. To subjugate often meant they killed very, very many natives. So kwa ufupi tuache hapo tu.
Okay. But nimekuelewa. Watu walikuanga wabaya wale, walikuanga mana bad man yani.
The thing that they were good at is giving the impression that they were helping you while you're actually suffering.
Okay. That is what is significant about today. In 1947, that's when Pakistan gained their independence and they became a free nation. And they have been free ever since. So much about that country, by the way. I've watched several documentaries about it. There's a time, now forget Pakistan, India, Wahindi, or rather the Hindus and Muslims were really at, they were fighting a lot.
Yes, but a lot of the fighting didn't begin with the Muslims. No.
It began with the who?
The who began the fighting or who exacerbated it were Hindu nationalists.
Oh, okay.
The nationalism that we refer to as Christian nationalism, the inhabitants and the citizens of India who subscribe to the Hindu faith also had it. And they were not tolerant of other faiths like those who subscribe to the Islamic faith. Yes.
Nilikuwa naona videos bana. People wanachinjwa, wanachapana, wanafanya nini. And
you're sitting there asking, what the hell is this all about?
Yeah, and they were going for prominent people. So for example, let's say, you're a public figure. So you're out there and about your business, man.
You'll be targeted.
Then unaona tu a mob just comes and
descends on
and kills you. Yeah. And they kill you in the most baddest of ways.
Way.
Stab you, they decapitate you, then they leave you there.
Yes, they do. And it doesn't matter whether you're your family or not.
That thing was bad.
But you see, these are things which are not organic. They never are. Somebody instigates it, somebody gives it fuel, and then somebody fans the fire.
One that I remember that was very prominent is this guy. He was a he was a famous actor in Bollywood, and then jamaa alikuwa na muscles, anakaa kama bouncer, and he was just from the gym. Literally just walked out of the gym door into the street. Then they descended on him and they stabbed him multiple times. Yeah, and it's not 35 people, it's not 10 people.
It's a multitude.
It's like 30 plus. Everyone has a chance to do their thing. And I was like, apana. Hata kama ni kuchukia mtu bana. Or rather kuchukia dini ama kuchukia. That was, for me, that was
that
a
level
lot.
of hatred has to be fanned. It has to be curated. It has to be manufactured. We often look at, we talk DNA and we look at the inheritance that you have, the genetic inheritance from your parents. The thing that isn't talked about loudly, it has been studied, is how we inherit trauma. It becomes part of our culture. If you are a people who've been traumatized, the greater likelihood is that you will also traumatize others.
Tupatie methali.
This is our final proverb from the Republic
Tunisia.
Okay. The old woman is being swept away by the river, and she says, it's a bountiful harvest year.
Auntie, they're beautiful woman.
Right. Good. Let me start again.
Please do.
The old woman.
Oh, old woman.
Is being swept away by the river. And she says, it's a bountiful harvest year.
Huyu anaoshwa na maji. Maji ndio inambeba inampeleka.
Inampelekaga. Huyo.
Lakini anasema it's a bountiful harvest year.
Yes.
Okay. So is it about even seeing good even when things are really, really, really bad?
No, see, you're on the right track. Or being blind to something that is obviously catastrophic to you.
Okay, yes.
And you're thinking, well, it is the and it's
tutunishi hawa.
You know what came to my mind?
Yes.
See a crocodile saying, that's a nice lizard.
My friend.
That's not a lizard.
Run.
Yes.
Utakulwo.
Yes, and a leopard is not a big pussycat.
Ati kiri.
Where?
Bro, utakulwo.
You will suddenly find that your head has departed from your neck.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for that one. Kama kawaida si tutapatia wasee wetu akikuja alafu atatuambia kenye wanafikiria.
That we will do.
Yeah, let's get into, radiogeneration.co.ke and talk about what is being talked about. And the first story here is on Jubilee. Ruto should focus on Kenyans, not Uhuru. Hivyo ndivyo Jubilee wanasema. President William Ruto's renewed attacks on retired President Uhuru Kenyatta have drawn a sharp response from Jubilee Party, which has challenged him to stop looking back at his predecessor and start answering for his own record in government. Jubilee Sec-Gen Moitalel Ole Kenta said Ruto's administration has been in power long enough to explain what it has delivered to Kenyans instead of repeatedly accusing a former president who left office in 2022 of backing opposition activities. So niliona mahali President Ruto akisema ati huyu jamaa alishindwa na kazi yake, sasa anatumia, alisema kuna jina alitumia to refer to him funding opposition to fight him. And I was like, my friend. By my friend here, I mean President Ruto. It doesn't matter who is funding who. The question you should be asking is it true what they're saying? Is it factual? And do you have alternative views to what they're saying? Just give them to us. It's as simple as that. So it doesn't matter whether it's Uhuru who's funding them, Kalonzo, who I know doesn't have that money, Sifuna, who has a very huge crowd. It doesn't matter who is pointing fingers. Even if it is Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi, just come out and say, okay, unasema aje Mbuvi? Affordable housing. Haya, sasa affordable housing, swali gani specific? Then ujibu to you. Hii maneno ya kusema Uhuru sasa amekataa kuretire, hiyo mimi ninaona kidogo ni kama tuna waste to time.
I'll tell you this. Whatever goes around
comes around. Yeah, we remember that even when he was deputy president towards the last days, alikuwa anaingilia gava sana. Gava yenye alikuwa na serve na anapokea mshahara.
We are seeing it happening now, aren't we?
So it doesn't. And besides, in my very humble and honest opinion, sasa Uhuru bado ako na life, ako na nguvu, si ataongea tu. If at all ni yeye, because hatujaona mahali ameongea, lakini si ni yeye. And then kuna wakati yasi wanapatananga wanaenda mpaka State House, like when he constructed the new State House. Mimi niliona hata ameita Uhunye akampeleka huko hivyo akamshow kila kitu. Sasa si badala ya kutuambia huko kwa TV umpige tu simu.
These political narratives, that's why you don't see me discussing them much. I am not playing that game of musical chairs.
Because City, if I have an issue with you, I won't start going on air and telling you, na by the way mkiona City mumwambie, no, I'll just call you because I have your number. And I'll be like, yo bro, is that?
Let me ask you the question. When not just the president, when politicians make statements, who do you think they're addressing? That's the question you must ask. Who is he talking to?
Because he's definitely not talking to Uhuru.
And he's definitely not talking to you. So who is he talking to?
Good question.
Yes, that's the thing.
That's the question of the
These
day.
statements which are made. See, come on. Then who they are come on. You who's listening, they may not be addressing you.
Yeah.
Yes. In this country, all these fellows get along. All. If there are differences, kidogo.
Yeah.
Real enmity.
Zero, doesn't exist.
I'm yet to see it.
When I was watching that news yesterday, I was like, my friend, it doesn't matter who's raising questions, whether they are being funded to raise those questions or they're the ones funding the ones who are raising the question. The point is what they are saying true? Sasa watu kama kuna shida tunyamaze juu ni Uhuru amesema.
Well, the question that you ask is a valid one. And if he's funding them,
So what? Both these guys are billionaires, by the way. They are all funding their side of the conversation. Every one of them is funding their side of the conversation.
Or should we limit the funding to a few people? Who are these we should limit the funding to? Any law that we may have had, we have a chapter 6, yes. If it was not operationalized, my view on this,
Yeah.
the institution that would have helped us operationalize it died after 5 years. After 5 years, it was gone.
The Constitution of Kenya Implementation Commission. That one.
Yes. So we would have thought and said, we do need to have some funding laws. Okay? Not just a cap, funding. Declaring who has funded you. Declaring who has done this. We never went into those details. Not really. And if we did, we just skirted around it and were very vague about it. So it is free fall. You can take advantage of it as much as you see fit.
Lakini si tunajua pia tukisema that I'm sure that commission probably would have really given us some very good milestones as far as our constitution is concerned. But I'm reminded on a daily that we are in a country where court orders are not followed. For example, court ilisimamisha maneno ya forest kukatwa. Bwana saizi forest inakatwa ni kama hata
do you know the number of times we've received those court orders?
Many times. Yani court inakuja inasema
in fact it orders today, the following day people are arrested, illegal logging, so you up.
Hii maneno ya hii Talanta Stadium mahali huko sijui Ngong Forest mahali ya kufai kukatwa sijui uko mahali Bomas. Hiyo place inakatakatwa. Ile nyingine ya Imenti Forest walisema musikate miti huko hivyo. Bulldozers were brought, mujengo inaendelea, and you're like, but I thought there's a judge who said something about this activity. So you ask yourself, so was the judge just wasting his time?
Yes, he was.
Was he, singing a lullaby? Because there is no way we are in the same country where that particular judgment was passed and nothing is being done, or rather something contrary to what has been judged is being done.
Actually, he's wasting his time. That is what people assume. But when it comes to matters of the law, there's nothing like someone wasting their time. You may think. There is no expiry date on that pronouncement.
Okay.
A time comes when somebody decides to action it. Where?
How can we be living in a country whereby that is happening and nobody... we only say it on radio like the way we are saying it right now, but the people who should be doing something about it, they're like, atunasema nini? Sikuski, bro.
If you want to understand the extent of the corrupting influence of impunity, this doesn't affect your behavior or just your mind. Bro, this thing affects your spirit. It changes you. When you embrace corruption, it changes you. And it takes you on a journey that you didn't think you'd go to. And if you don't see it and you bring it to a halt, my friend, you'll metamorphosize into a monster as you watch. You'll say monstrous things, you'll do equally monstrous things, you will do things that disadvantage people, then you'll do things that actually kill people, you will do horrible things. And it starts with you disregarding that which you know is good. That's it. And you allow it. Given time, it then controls you. It isn't something you entertain from time to time. It just becomes your way of life. Yes. None of these people began by doing what they're doing now. No. Look a little left when you should be looking right. Look straight when it is clear that you should be looking left. Yes.
Anyway, it is what it is. Amekuwa akimuita opposition saponza, yani sponsor.
Yeah.
PS Omolo assures Linda Mwananchi of security ahead of Homa Bay rally. Yesterday when the PS was speaking, I was watching, looking rather at the crowd that he was with. And I saw foreigners there and I was like, what was the function about again? Anyway, he was addressing this Linda Mwananchi and this is what he said. Linda Mwananchi leaders have received a security assurance ahead of the planned Homa Bay gathering on Sunday, with internal principal secretary Raymond Omolo saying the government will allow the meeting to take place as though they would have not allowed, as long as organizers and attendees keep within the law. Omolo said the political groups should be free to travel and hold meetings in different parts of the country without being stopped because of their political leanings. And what is he going to do about the people who said that they cannot go there, but they shouldn't go there? Shouldn't we also be asking that question? Fine, you've allowed these other guys, good for you. It is their right constitutionally. What about those ones who are trying to curtail that constitutional right? Are you going to tell them that we don't want that nonsense again? Or that is the end of the story?
Where do we start?
I'm very happy that we have started somewhere.
Politicians are always making those pronouncements. And we let it go. we let it fly.
Yeah.
That's where the mistake arises. The first time it comes, that thing should be descended on. It should be nipped in the bud, hapo, so you know. The next person will be a little more careful about the utterances they make.
You know, I'm looking at very small parties, small gatherings, small people, if I may call them, who do not have ile clout ya Linda Mwananchi, for example. You know, so let's say we usually host some people here. Tuchukue mfano ya Otieno Mokaya, the guy mwenye anataka kukua MP. I think, is it Bobasi?
Yes.
Or somewhere like that. So Otieno Mokaya kuja seme, I want to hold a party in Kitui. And then a Kitui politician comes out and says, nisijaribu kukuona hapa. Well, Mokaya hana ile clout yenye Linda Mwananchi wako nayo yenye anaweza bulldoze.
But the day somebody makes that utterance, and it is known they actually made it.
Yes.
There's police service everywhere in the country. Ashikwe mara moja tu.
Ndio maana anasema hii ya PS Omolo anafaa ku make sure wenye wanafanya hizo utterances, hata kama hawatashikwa, wapigwe onyo kali sana. Hapana bro. Washikwe. Sababu
shikwa. No. This is not, you don't treat this thing with Panadol. The leg is broken. You have to put before it breaks
completely.
No.
It breaks off.
Kabisa itakatwa. So don't go around treating it with kids' gloves. Let it be known that anybody who fans any kind, because what you're doing is
political intolerance.
Bro, you are fanning violence.
Hey.
Intolerance is what breeds violence.
Because kuna mtu atasema ati mheshimiwa alisema Mokaya
it will be interpreted. Now you've told all these young people who through no fault of their own are not gainfully employed to what you've done is you've told them this is an opportunity to show their capacity for enterprise. Okay? Bro.
So now Otieno anakuja pale Siongela, mnaanza kumchapa na mawe.
Yes. Now you don't even know the person.
Yes.
You don't even know what he wants to say.
Maybe amekuja kuwaletea affordable housing.
Atambiwa arudi nazo.
Hizo nyumba zake na simiti.
And the person who's telling him this hana hata stool ambayo amenunua na pesa yake.
Hey. Kenyans warned of building collapse risk ahead of heavy rains. Hey, okay. Now, a warning has been issued to households and businesses occupying vulnerable structures to take no chances, as heavy rains expected later in the year could expose weaknesses in buildings and increase the danger of collapse. The National Disaster Operations Center says buildings constructed below approved standards could be particularly exposed during the October, November, December rainy season, as persistent downpours may affect both structures and the ground supporting them. The agency has called on the public to remain alert to changes in buildings, especially during periods of intense rainfall. I don't know if I'm the only one who's missed the rains. Like, I literally miss the rains. Nataka kunyeshe. Ujazimiss?
No.
Uko tu sawa?
Not particularly.
Okay. So the rain is supposed to start in October, November, December. Wamesema hii itakuwa El Nino.
What I've noticed though, the sun seems to shine at some part in the course of the day, but man, the mornings are cold.
Yeah, baridi imeishaisha.
Hapana, maybe mahali unatoka. Mahali naishi. Ai man.
Ni kubaya?
Ai man.
Okay.
This is swag.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hii ni ugonjwa.
Hii ni dawa.
Yes. Hii ni matibabu.
Matibabu.
It's bad.
Yes.
So. Hivyo ndivyo mmeambiwa. You can check out more stories. MP's back bill to give pedestrians, cyclists more road space. That's a good one. Treasury unveils system to track 2.48 trillion in development funds. Treasury unveils system to track 2.48 trillion. Okay. All right. This one I'd want to read a bit. Nione. Hii ni nini wanasema watu? A new treasury tracking system is set to give the government a clearer view of 2.48 trillion committed to development projects, including where the money is going, which partners are involved, and how much money has reached intended programs. Now, the Development Partners Management Information System, that is DPMIS, is expected to be launched before the end of the year, as Treasury seeks to improve the way development partner resources are recorded and monitored. So basically, this, in very many words, is an ERP system.
It's more than an ERP system. the developing partners have said our money, we must know what it's being for. Its development. Want to see it.
Yeah.
And don't mix it with your if missed and your if not missed and whatever it is.
Yes.
This is what we're going to use.
There's an employer that I worked for kitambo na tulikuanga na hiyo system whereby if you're a client of the company, so let's say you sell vikombe and you have given us that biashara to sell vikombe for you on air, the client is able to log in and see which presenters are doing which mentions at what time, and even listen to the mentions, how they were said, so that they can be sure that whatever instructions they give have been adhered to. So if you're there just saying kikombe hiki ni cheupe na unaweza kuipata kwa shilingi 10, and them they were saying don't talk about the colors, don't talk about the price, just tell us where to find the product, then you have a problem. So that ERP system allowed the client to log in and check, and it wasn't expensive. So I hope here Kenya we won't find out it spent 104 billion, because hapo nitawauliza bro.
An ERP system,
yeah,
all systems tend to be fairly new when there's a novelty of it and it's just been unveiled and we're trying to figure out how it works. ERPs are no longer new.
Yes, they already exist. They're there.
Oh, they've been there for quite some time now.
Yeah.
I still remember, this is what you're saying. There's a government institution I worked for, and I remember there was a CFO, he introduced it.
Yes. Sterling
chap, wonderful fellow. My friend, the thing about government procedures, boy, the bottlenecks. Everything it's like it's mandated that everything must take long.
Yes.
And you ask, everybody who signs these things is here in this one building.
In the same building.
Why does this thing, and they're all present.
And they come to work.
And if one is not present,
someone has stood in for them.
You need 2 signatories there, 6 signatories. So how on earth can you tell? Anyway, that system was resisted at first.
Yeah.
It's not working. It's not this. It's not this. In the end, it worked. And you are amazed because you would then know when you're following a document. You know exactly where it was. So
unafuatilia, yeah.
So you ask, why is this time? Because if there's an issue, that system allows you to comment and say, kuna hii na hii na hii na hii na hii. Yes.
And even when you're buying things online nowadays, or you're buying them from Amazon, eBay, Jumia, God knows which other platform, Alibaba, they usually do tracking for you. You see, you have already purchased the product. You are told, okay, now it's in packaging. Okay, now it's in dispatch. Okay, now it has already been dispatched. It's in the plane or it's in the sea, and you can tell you're seeing ETA. It will arrive here on Monday morning at 8 a.m. You'll have your product. They even send you an email on Sunday evening and they tell you your product is arriving tomorrow morning. So so there's tracking, and these systems, like you've said, they're already there. Mimi nisishtukie nisikie hii yenye na track 2.48 trillion imespend 200 billion, because now I'll be like, okay guys, you should have just told us from the beginning you want to steal some 200 billion somewhere.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. Watuambie tu in advance. Anyway, let's do this thing called what? Traffic updates. Tuambie kama mmekwama ama kama mnaso ama kama mnasonga.
Traffic.
Actually mnasonga. Ngong Road is looking good. Gitanga Road as well. Juzi nimepitia Gitanga Road, by then nikaona hiyo barabara ikuangi na stress venye watu wengine sasa wanataka kusema.
Depends on the time.
For sure.
But also, remember ni single lane. And traffic on that road has increased. You need to look at the nature of the buildings that are on that road to tell you that the population of people who live along that road has increased. And but further down Gitanga Road, unaenda towards Kangware, Ruta, a lot of people live there. They use that same road to come into town.
Right.
So at certain hours,
it's jam-packed.
Yes.
Okay. Ngong Road is looking good. Valley Road is looking good. Haile Selassie, Southern Bypass, huku watu wanatoka Ngong Road, watu ambao wanatoka Galleria Mall, Karen, nini, Ongata Rongai. You guys are moving well. But I've seen something here. This is at where is this now? Haile Selassie, ukipita mbele kidogo, uende hapa mahali panajulikana kama Bomb Blast, August 7th Memorial Park. As you're approaching that place from Haile Selassie, or rather from Ngong Road, it's jam-packed. Yeah, and then also as you exit ukienda towards Muthurwa, leo yenyewe kumeshikana tao naona kuna ka traffic kidogo. Leo ni Friday, kwani rada ni gani? Mnatoka wapi mnaenda wapi kwa sababu gani? And then nowadays Muthaiga is not okay. This week Muthaiga has been very impressive. Today there's no traffic actually, like zero. You guys are just cruising through. Allah, what's not happening? Kwani, have they built some expressway here that we should know about? Anyway, that road on Thika Superhighway is good. Then if I stretch it all the way back to Kenyatta University, also moving quite well. If I zoom out and then zoom into Mombasa kule, Mombasa pia si mnajua, huku kuko sawa. When you're coming from Moi International Airport, those roads leading and getting out of there, good. The main island, ukule Shimanzi Makupa, good. This is where Mombasa Sports Club, huko hata ni kama hakuna gari, the roads are grey. That means that no one is on the road. So if you see something, man, holla to brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So today I will start with Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo says Gachagua akaza kamba DCP. Wanasiasa waliochaguliwa katika eneo la Mlima Kenya wanaanza kujitenga na chama cha United Democratic Alliance chake Rais William Ruto na kujiunga na Democracy for Citizens Party. Wanakabiliwa na mtihani mpya. DCP chini aliyekuwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua kimeweka wazi kuwa kujiunga na chama hicho hakumaanishi mwanasiasa atapewa tiketi ya moja kwa moja kugombea katika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka wa 22 mwaka wa 2027. Hapa kidogo ningewaambia tuko mwaka wa 2027. Aha. So what happens to people like our good friend Gigi Kagombe that was here on was it on Monday? Sasa atenda huku
with regards
to see he said that Gachagua is now the guy, and I was assuming he left UDA because he's going to DCP. But now DCP says guys calm down. Yeah, we are going to do this competitively.
Being a member competitively, how?
Like they are not going to get direct tickets. They shall be, that process of nominations and so on and so forth.
Let me just say this now. That's what they're saying now. Yes.
Okay. So things might be different.
No, things will be different. It's always different.
Yeah. Hey, but man, let me not lie to you, City. Kukua mwanasiasa ni ngumu saizi.
No, si ngumu.
Haki ni ngumu.
Why do you say it is difficult?
It is difficult because number one, right now political parties are very, 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 very divided. And the ones that when I say political parties are divided, what I mean is that the political leaders are super divided. Na wanasema wase wewe ndo tafute kwako alafu kuje tupatane. Kitambo ilikuanga hivyo, but it wasn't this serious. This time around it's very serious.
Okay.
Anyway, wanaomezea mate tikiti ya DCP kupigwa msasa, washirika wa Rigathi kupewa kipaumbele. Unaona hata huko mahali kunaitwa huko jana tulikuwa tunaongea na mheshimiwa ule wa Mwingi, and he was telling us that even in Wiper things are thick.
Well, yes, he even gave us statistics. He told us if you look at MCAs within what we call the Kamba region, there's been the power of Wiper Party has been diminishing over time. But that is to be expected.
Wahudumu wa KTDA wakamatwa kwa kuvuruga mizani. Wamekamatwa na kushtakiwa kwa madai ya kuvuruga mizani inayotumiwa kupima majani chai yanayowasilishwa na wakulima. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 4. Alafu Mkenya apewa mamilioni USA kukuza managu. Mradi wa kuzalisha mboga za kienyeji wapigwa jeki kupitia ufadhili wa shilingi milioni 103 103 million basically. Yeah. That is $800,000. So in case you're wondering, $800,000 is roughly 103 million Kenya shillings. Zogo la bajeti la kuhamisha Machakos. Mvutano kati ya gavana wa Vinya Ndeti na MCAs watishia kuvuruga utoaji wa huduma. Niliona mheshimiwa Ndeti akisema she was speaking in Kamba, telling these guys that nitashuka, we meet, we talk, and then I was like, so you actually thought you were there, up there?
That's the whole point. And what is being reported, in my opinion, is not what the problem is.
Yeah. What do you think the problem is?
Bro, the problem usually is about money. Nothing else. They can call it what they want. They can say the government is unreachable.
Yeah.
We have not seen the money being spent properly. It's about money.
What happened to humility, man?
Out
the window.
Well, if you are looking at byproducts of impunity, you will be spoiled for choice. There are very many indicators. Somebody becomes a governor and they think they're a demigod. Man, people,
that's the thing, man.
You are elected, for heaven's sake. It's not a hereditary seat. And even if it were, who are you lording it over? The people you lord over. In a time gone by when people didn't have the information they had, you could get away with certain things. Now you can't.
Man, I was just laughing out loud in the house, man. I was just like, in 2026 we're saying these things.
You know, the disregard that our elected leaders have for the rule of law is going to take us down the drain. It's going to cause us immeasurable problems. You see, if you look at Article 103 of the Kenyan Elections Act.
Yes.
The moment somebody resigns, that seat is vacant.
Yeah.
The next step is that the speaker must announce that that seat is vacant and must then notify IEBC.
Then IEBC declares a by-election.
In 90 days. Now that is Article 105. Now, why it is that we haven't done it, I don't know. That's 101, not 101 Section 5.
Okay.
I don't know. People seem to think that you can support any political party that you see fit and it is okay. It is not okay. These fellows are all disregarding the law. All these people are telling you, I am this, I am the other.
Nothing.
My friend, the law even tells you that if your activities seem to support another party, it is deemed that you have resigned. And when you have resigned, the process that I just mentioned takes place. So all these people who keep telling you, you know, us, we're in this, but we're supporting this, they are all breaking the law. And the worst thing, these are the lawmakers.
Hichilema aelekea ikulu muhula Hichilema aelekea ikulu muhula mpya. Rais Hichilema anaonekana kuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kushinda muhula wa pili kule Zambia. Ukurasa wa pili.
Ni Zambia?
Zambia. President Hichile. He was here some time back, right?
He actually lived in Kenya.
Oh, okay.
There are those who tell me he lived in Buruburu, to be exact.
Oh. Okay.
Alikuwa pastor hivi.
Alikuwa msewa 5'8".
Pastor ndio hiyo. Lakini pastor hivi.
Right.
Yes.
You know, for a very long time matatu za Buruburu zilikuwa na the loudest music.
Kweli?
Right now every route has got its own matatu. You can say, ukitaka kwenda Ngong Road kuna fulani, ukitaka kwenda Mombasa Road kuna fulani.
Good.
Yeah. PSG vigogo wa UEFA Super Champion watetea taji la UEFA Super Cup baada ya kuilaza Aston Villa 2-1. You know, I've been telling you there are some friendlies that have been going on currently, and then there are some also some knockouts that have been taking place, especially on this UEFA front. Bro, kuna matimu zimekuwa zikiona vumbi. Sema Arsenal. Sema Liverpool.
Ile timu yako.
Sema Chelsea. Oh my goodness. It's bad. It's bad. It is bad. Manze tunaoneshwa vumbi. Governors race against time. Why are they racing against time? Top politicians in final sprint to complete flagship projects despite cash crunch. So a couple of them mentioned here: Abdul Somad, Fatuma Achani of Kwale, Gideon of Kilifi, Andrew of Taita Taveta, Mohamed Khalif of Mandera, Susan Keheka huyo subunajua, Abdi Guyo Isiolo, madrama tu huku, Isaac Mutuma of Meru, but Isaac Mutuma si kupenda kwake, alichukua kitu half tambana. Cecily Mbarire of Embu, Wavinya Ndeti of Machakos, Mutula Kilonzo of Makueni, Kiarie Badilisha of Nyandarua, Kangata of Muranga, and Wamatagi of Kiabu. Basically, is bad. First-term county chiefs seeking re-election skew budgets towards highly visible projects to fulfill key campaign pledges made since 2022, even as some shift political loyalties, with opponents intensifying the push to oust them. The latest approved spending plans focus on sectors that target voters in the grassroots. I can tell you guys who are going to come back here. Hapa kuna watu ninaweza kukwambia as much as kuna drama in their backyard kuna wenye watarudi. Kama Irungu naona akirudi. Huyo naona akirudi.
There's every sign that he will go back.
Yeah. Mutula Kilonzo pia ninaona ni kama atarudi.
I wouldn't know.
Mimi ninakwambia juu ninajua watu huko kwake.
Si ni kwenu?
Lakini kama kuna mtu akona a different opinion pia mnaweza tuambia. Lakini kuna watu naona wakienda, lakini sitaki kuwataja sababu ninaweza wataja then kuharibike. So wacha nisiwataje. Wacha wakae tu hapo venye wako tu.
Kama ile gavana wa kwenu je?
Malombe hata amemaliza time yake. Huyo
he has had 2 terms.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going.
Huyo anaachia makali mulu.
So we can speak. Well, you see, we are certain that the governor of Kitui is definitely going to.
Yes.
I like such things. Speak with confidence. Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Now, in Kitui County, apart from Dr. Makali, by the way, I honestly don't know who else is running for governor. But I think PS were livestock. This guy who was deputy governor of Nairobi during Kidero's time, is he called Mweke? I think he's called
Mweke.
Yes. PS najua ako interested, lakini sasa siko sure kama bado ako interested, but najua amewahi kuwa interested in that seat. So
well, usually, let me tell you something about the interest in politics. There are those who generate the interest and demonstrate it because one, they have a plan and you can see this guy is MP. You can see the progression. Okay? Then there are those who, by virtue of their elevated position, the citizenry decide. The Kenyans, hawa. And they do this all across the country, by the way. Tulimwenjo mheshimiwa.
Yeah.
Kuna vacancy pale.
Yes.
Sweet talk. We've seen your track record when you are, we just want you to consider.
Yeah.
But if you think we're just talking,
yes,
we are inviting you.
Yes.
Kuja nyumbani. So niwapatie nauli kidogo hapana mzee.
Wewe kuja tu.
No, sisi tumetumwa na tulipewa facilitation na wale ambao walitutuma ni wazee wa huku na huku. So siku ambao naweza kuja tuambie tu kuje.
Alafu
yes, and you tell them they come, unakuta mazee umati wa watu wamekuja pale, hata nyimbo imetungu. Wanakusifu. By the time you've done 3 such visits, it's a hook.
Yeah.
Come.
It's a done deal.
My friend, I couldn't start spending money.
Itabidi.
You won't start because they've convinced you it is you.
I think Senator Enoch Wambua might also be interested in that position. Anyway, wacha tutaona. So there you have it. Governor's race against time. Crisis looms over 22 billion schools capitation gap. Taxpayers fork out 206B to fund Ruto's housing plan. All right, there you have it. UDA defectors face Gachagua DCP trap. What do you mean? Political players defecting to DCP confronted with dilemma that could cripple their 2027 ambitions. Nilikwambia kitu itaanza kuwa tricky. Standard newspaper wanasema crumbling. What do they mean? UDA falling apart with less than a year to the elections. President Ruto's UDA is facing a growing wave of defections. Hii ilikuwa expected. As politicians abandon the ruling party amid claims of broken promises, political exclusion and frustration with its leadership. MPs Gabriel Kagombe and Muthoni Marubu are the latest to quit, while ex-DP Gachagwa's DCP has attracted scores of leaders, particularly from Mount Kenya. The exodus has exposed deepening cracks within UDA, with senior leaders warning the party is losing ground as politicians scramble for new political homes. The shifting alliance signals a bruising battle for control ahead of next year's contest. So we have Millicent Omanga, former senator, Moses Badilisha, Nyandarua governor, Aisha Jumwa, former Malindi MP, Gabriel Kagombe, Gatundu South, Muhammad Ali, Nyali MP. Huyo hata ashakuja Wiper, ameshakuwa huko kunaitwa amepatiwa kiti cha deputy party leader designate. Irungu Kangata, Murang'a County, and then Marubu Muthoni, Lamu woman rep guy. Then now we have Wamatangi. Okay, watu wa Mount Kenya is expected. I am not even shocked. This one wouldn't even shock me at zile that no. Ule atanishtua akitoka kwa chama ya UDA ni mtu kutoka Rift Valley, and by Rift Valley I mean a Kalenjin leader. Leo tuamke tustukie Sudi ametoka hapo, ndio nasema na UDA
politics.
Sudi uona ametoka hivi UDA. Where do is a rap?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The if somebody is popular enough and the party machinery leaves him out of their nomination, the people may decide that they want this person to be their member of parliament. Will just stand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kweli.
There aren't many, but we see it all the time. But there are places in the country where they have decided they are electing people, not the party.
True.
So they'll tell you stand whatever, whichever party.
Lakini city 2027 August next year. I don't know. I'm thinking people will the patterns next year will not be what we are used to. But anyway, I believe it's a bit early to tell or to predict some of these things.
Paul, your prediction is not without merit. Everything about 2027 is different.
Yeah. This election is going to be very different.
Because look at even the players, apart from some of the old chaps who've been there for a long time.
Unataka kutumia microphone?
Yes, there are very many new faces and new aspirations. But then the discussion of the political or the presidential system or the party system, political system we need to have should be a matter of discussion.
Yeah.
Because one, we actually don't have political parties. No, we don't.
What do we have?
We have a gathering of people who, political parties espouse certain political beliefs.
Yeah.
Okay. Ours don't.
Yeah. Na ukiwa na hiyo belief, yani hata hiyo party kwa mbaya aje hautoki.
You're not going to. Yes. This one of ours, the movements tell you we know that we don't have political parties. We just call them whatever we call them. They are convenient vehicles. Okay, for certain activities over a certain period of time. That's all it is that we do.
And that's why I like people like Honorable Wambogo Ngujiri of Nyeri Town. It was Nyeri Town, eh?
Yes.
Huyo jamaa bwana true to his following and his creed and his pledge. Yeye anasema hata kama chama ni mbaya nitapigana huko ndani, munichukie, munipende, tunabaki hapa, we die together.
Yes.
And that is how it should be, by the way.
Okay. Let's look at the Business Daily, shall we? There's a quote by in the intelligence section by Jaindi Kisero. Says Parliament has no business co-authoring remedies for individual corporate transactions. Really? In the life section, there is the Vice Chancellor of Strathmore.
Yes.
University, Dr. Vincent Ugutu. There is a story about him, and it talks about his life and what it is that he is. I know the gentleman, a perfect gentleman, a wonderful chap.
You're
yes,
all right.
Yes. I can speak from a position of knowledge on this particular gentleman. Mudavadi Group to acquire insurance firms from ABSA. This is bang in the middle of the paper. First Assurance Investments to buy 2 insurers from South African giant. Stake sales in ABSA Life Assurance. First Assurance worth over 3.8 billion Kenya shillings. Sawa. Hiyo tumepata. Kenya to push for a Goa export tariff refund on lapse. The Trade Ministry has pledged to help Kenyan exporters recover tariffs paid during the 4-month lapse of the U.S. Preferential African Growth and Opportunities Act AGOA Trade Pact. BAT fights 4.5 billion claim on nicotine pouches marketing. BAT Kenya has asked the High Court to strike out a 4.5 billion claims over Velo nicotine pouches, saying the petitioner bypassed remedies provided under the Tobacco Control Law. 460 billion bond bids show weak private investment. Investors splash a record 460 billion for the purchase of 3 infrastructure bonds. Okay? Then there's a picture of the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. Then there is a picture of some happy-looking young Kenyans, female Kenyans here, young ladies. And they are rehearsing a Somali folk song at the Kibabi University in preparation for the state concert due at the State Lodge in Bungoma. All right. The Weekend Star. In the Siasa column, opposition should challenge New Vision 2060 with hard facts. All right. As though politicians will listen to you. They'll challenge it with politics. News. I was forced to drink petrol and they lit me on fire. This is a story of a gentleman, mob attack. It is said he stole a phone. So they decided to take the law in their own hands.
Yeah.
The man is recovering from it in hospital. Linda Mwananchi and ODM trade barbs as battle for Nyanza intensifies. ODM and Linda Mwananchi leaders have escalated their war of words ahead of the high-stakes political rally planned for the Nairobi Senators Sifuna Edwin-led movements in Homa Bay on Sunday. Linda Mwananchi leaders have accused the ODM wing of plotting to disrupt their meeting, claiming that they have been rejected by ODM leaders. The growing confrontation has exposed an intensifying battle for the control of Nyanza following the death of former ODM leader Raila Odinga. Exam assessors face strike ban in proposed law before legislators. Teachers involved in the management of national exams and assessments could soon be barred from going on strike during examination periods. A proposed law before the members of the National Assembly seeks to introduce a tougher new controls on management of the country's examination system where teachers play a central role. These complaints have to do with remunerations. They are not paid for the work they have done. It's not really complicated. Yes. It's not that they go on strike because they have nothing better to do with their lives.
It has everything to do with exams, you say?
It has everything to do with being paid.
Oh.
They do their work, payments delay, sometimes they really delay. Yes.
Which is wrong.
Oh, it's absolutely wrong.
If I
speak as somebody who was once an examiner, so I know. We never had those delays, so I cannot say that I experienced any hardships. There were none. Half of what it is that you are supposed to actually be paid at the end of the marking, you received half of it before you left the marking center. Back in the middle of the paper, MPs who impeached him now trooping back to bow to his power. What Rigath's rise means for Kalonzo and Sifuna, the story is fully on page 4 and 5. Prepare for war off the battlefield, Ruto tells KDF. Armed and ready. The President Ruto, this is a picture, presiding over a pass-out parade of more than 5,000 recruits at the Defense Forces Recruit Training School in Kamagut, Singishu County on Thursday. Sawa sawa.
Sawa sawa.
Mimi kwisha malisa.
Wewe kamalisa?
Yes, I've finished.
All right. Wacha nisalimie watu before we get into the news, come on, see you open you. What is wrong with you? Okay, it has opened. Lydia Cherono amesema good morning my all-time favorite presenters. Blessed weekend ahead. Louis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Dennis Nyariki, good morning. Was CT an English teacher or history teacher? This guy knows everything. Well, he was a teacher of English. But
thank you very much. Of the English language. I was not an English teacher. An English teacher means...
You were born in England.
My nationality is English. I'm not English and I teach. But I taught the English language, yes.
Yes, he was a teacher of the English language. But I remember you said that you learned a little bit of history somewhere. But also, some of the history you say here is not necessarily what you were taught. You research.
No. I enjoy... You can't study everything you want at the same time. But when you get a degree, that first degree of yours, you're given power to read.
Yeah.
I like history and I still read history. Because to understand any circumstance, situation fully, you read history.
Do you? All right. Patrick Mutia amesema good morning. Planning for 2063 should... Let me say that again. Good morning. Planning for 2063 before implementing 22 to 27 manifesto is noise from an empty debe, and that debe is our current executive. Well, Patrick Mutie, this is what I can say about this entire thing of 2063 versus 2027 manifesto, or rather 2022 manifesto, is that there is what the president intended to do for Kenyans for the first 5 years of his presidency. But there is the larger picture of us having a vision beyond 2030. So what the president is talking about now is the beyond 2030 thing. This has got nothing to do with him being president. This has got to do with the development of Kenya. But yes, I resonate with you because I was of the same opinion a couple of days ago. I was like, sasa tunaongea juu ya 2063 rather, na hata ya 2027 hujafanya. So Wakenya wanataka kujua hizi vitu. Na ndio kwa sema communication ya gava ndio shida.
As I say mbaya mbovu, you know the 20 this beyond 2023. You see, it doesn't mean you are dismissing what was in 2030.
Yeah.
It is actually a continuation. If you haven't completed whatever was envisioned, your first task is to actually complete what had been set up.
Yep.
Okay? and then move on. Because remember, this was a development plan. It was a blueprint that was intended to get Kenya to the stage where we are referred to as a developed nation.
Yes.
We haven't stopped that quest. No.
We are still on it.
Yes.
Okay. Let's do the news. When we return, of course, we get back to your salams and get into the topic of the day.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 5 suspects are in police custody in connection with the killing of former Cheptais councillor Nathan Masai Wasama in Bungoma County. Bungoma County Police Commander Anderson Jagi says 2 suspects, Robert Kimtai alias Miti and Brian Chikoin Kaos, surrendered at Chwele and Cheptais police station on Thursday as detectives pursue leads into the killing. 3 others were arrested during a raid at the home of area MP Fred Kapondi, where police reportedly recovered crude weapons and a hand grenade. A 19-year-old woman is recovering in hospital after she was allegedly stabbed and abandoned in a thicket by matatu driver in Vihiga County. Police are now searching for the driver of a 14-seater matatu operated by Safi Line Sacco, who allegedly stabbed Sylvia Mora after she boarded the vehicle on August 3rd to travel to Busia. Sylvia says she later realized the vehicle was headed towards Kakamega before the driver allegedly stabbed her and dumped her in the Mbale area.
So the matatu driver was like, simungesema kutoka stage, it became rude. Ilikuwa Kakamega, place inaitwa Mbale. Ndo hapo ndo nilijisikia nikaamuka. Akanigrab shingo hivi. Akaniambia mmenisumbua from Nakuru na nimekasirika sana. Unajua mimi naweza kuua. Nikamwambia nimekufanyia nini? Akaniambia msichana nyamaza. Aka reach out kwa mguu yake hivi akatoa kisu akaniekea hapa.
The government has assured members of Linda Mwananchi movement of security ahead of their planned meeting in Homa Bay on Sunday. Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo says the government will protect organizers and participants as political activities intensify ahead of the 2027 general election. Omolo also warned against attempts to disrupt the meeting or engage in criminal activities, insisting that all Kenyans have a right to hold political gatherings anywhere in the country regardless of their political affiliation.
Whether they're in whichever formation, everybody has a right to go to any part, any corner of the country and canvass their issues. The position is very clear. Everybody is free to go anywhere. While at it, the expectation is that we must observe law and order. Criminal element or criminal act that is either related to politics or political contestation will not be tolerated. We should not allow ourselves to be misused by any political player for their own selfish interest.
Mavoko Member of Parliament Patrick Makau is calling for urgent government action over what he describes as a worrying rise in cancer cases across the country. Addressing Parliament, Makau raised concerns over pesticide use, traces of banned DDT, and pollution in local rivers, urging the Agriculture, Environment and Health Cabinet Secretaries to appear before MPs for questioning. He also called for increased government funding for cancer treatment and research and proposed that Parliament consider declaring cancer national disaster.
For example, I come from Lower Eastern. When you look at the way Earth River, Tana, the way they are polluted, you need not ask where the cancer is coming from. However, Mr. Speaker, how I wish to convince you that sitting from the seat you are on, You invoke Standing Order 42A, that's 6B, read together is 25A, that we summon CSs of Agriculture, Environment, and Health to be here. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of money in this country that can be allocated to cancer treatment.
Zimbabwean authorities are continuing recovery operations on Lake Kariba after the death toll from Tuesday's ferry disaster rose to 46. The Zimbabwe Republic Police confirmed the fatalities after ferry operated by the Rural Infrastructure Development Agency capsized on the lake. President Emerson Mnangagwa has declared the incident a state of disaster and directed government agencies to mobilize resources to assist affected families and accelerate recovery efforts. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, it is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. Good morning. Someone has just run out of studio. The life we live. Okay. Good morning. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. And it is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. Nilikuwa nimefikia pi salamu. Patrick Mutie nimekusalimia. Willis Juma, how are you doing? Amesema good morning CTN Movie. Friday is here. Yesterday's conversation with Advocate Harrison Kenya was so informative. I learned something new. Nimekuja kujua si mimi peke yangu napendanga conspiracy theories, Kuna watu wanatakanga kujua hii kitu bana si normal. Mbona mambo iko hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. And I appreciate
the thing that
these perspectives,
the Wakili does, his discussions make you open your mind to discussing and looking at perspectives you may never have considered.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But ever since I was a young boy, I've always heard of this thing that was called New World Order. Which nations will take what? OCG, the rise of the Antichrist, because OCG, which president, whether it's of the US, will do
the rise of secularism.
Then China, CG is the king from the CG. I don't know if it's the
north. No, even the east.
Then
there'll be the king from the north.
And then another one from the south.
By the way, those are people who are interpreting biblical prophecy.
Yeah. I know. So I'm saying, even about a new world order, then tukaanza kuambiwa, for example, this whole issue of having one global currency. CG, now the EU ilianza na the euro. Then of course we have the dollar, which is being used in America. One day America and Canada will merge and they'll have one currency, and then they will gobble up akina what are they called, Mexico. Then now Latin America will also come up with their own, maybe let's call it peso. Before we know it, also one currency. And then in another 30 years or 100 years, now the world is using one currency, let's call it the dollar. Then now when that happens, just know that the Antichrist is near and the world is coming to an end. Alafu kidogo tutasikia parapanda ikilia na Yesu atakuja bebe wenye wanaenda na wenye watabaki wachomeke. I was like, wait.
And then he also told you that what Jesus said, you will neither know the time or the day.
Yeah.
So hiyo story yote endeleeni tu.
Tukaambiwa Antichrist akikuja ataanza kufanya miujiza, ata unite the world, atakuwa na heal the sick.
That is in the book of Revelation.
I know it is. But you get what I'm trying to say?
No, I get what you're saying.
Then now, when you watch the movies I watch, then you start seeing these things happening. Then you start seeing the UK, I don't know, Brexit. Then kidogo like this, you see Russia attacking Ukraine. And you're like, could that be the king that we were told is going to attack the king? Well, life in a hard city. Being Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi is not simple.
No. Bro, it's important to exercise your faculties.
Uh-huh.
And taking them to an unnatural and unusual terrain is
a good thing.
No, it is a good thing.
Yeah.
It is a good thing. And when you have an inquisitive mind, you have a gift.
Yes, you do.
Use it.
Okay.
Yes.
Umesalimiwa na jamaa anaitwa Michael Olande from Kigali in Rwanda.
Thank you very much, sir.
And then we have Douglas Kibogong saying, morning City and Mbuvi, send my heartfelt condolences to Edna for the loss of her father. Thank you sana Douglas. Douglas Michael Olande ametuambia wacheni after nomination ndio switching will be real. All this party hopping and resigning from your political party.
Our laws made sure. Yes, what he's saying can happen. But remember now, when you go into an election, you provide the list of the people you want to nominate. Hii mambo ati mtu anarukaruka anatoka hii chama naenda ingine. At the last moment. There's a window now.
Yeah.
You can do that now. But you must resign and there must be a by-election. Just so that you understand. There has to be a by-election. Okay? Now, whether we'll have a by-election for all these people who have clearly defected.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's wait and see.
We could be having an MCA by-election. There's an MCA who died over the weekend. Alichinjwa huko mahali huko. I think must be somewhere in Western.
Mount Elgon.
Mount Elgon, eh?
Yes.
So I don't know how Nani will handle that. IEBC will handle that.
In fact, the police raided the home of Kapondi, a gentleman called Kapondi, who happens to be the MP of that region. And they said they found a cache of weapons.
Crude weapons, yes.
And they said some of those weapons, they feel were some of the weapons used to kill
this particular
man. Yeah, but it's something that is still being investigated. So one can only talk about what has happened so far.
Tutaona. Haya, alafu kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Zizi Kalani amesema good morning. My take 2.0 za my take lazima nipitie kwanza.
Has he taken off as usual?
Wacha nisome. Wakenya mtatuonesha mambo. And these are the ones who pride themselves of having stepped in school. Hata wiki moja haijapita since the spokesman was seated in that studio explaining why 2060. I knew it. I shouldn't have started. Let me skip. Let me go to John Ngugi. John Ngugi amesema City and Mbuvi bring Charles Owino again. We want to hear government plans. What was Isaac Mwaura doing as a government spokesman? Okay. What I can tell you about Charles Owino is that he's actually open to having conversation as often as he's able to.
Yes.
We asked him off mic how often he can make trips here, and he said he will check his schedule, talk to his office, and then see because pia si lazima kuja pa kila wakati, because whatever he said last week might not have changed by this week.
There are the media houses he also needs to go to.
Yeah.
But he is willing to go to media houses. He's even willing to debate. Yes.
All right. Sasa wacha tumalizie salamu hapo ndio tuingie kwa mambo mengine. Kulikuanga na ile gazeti nasomanga ya Mwisho City.
Kulikuwa taka gani?
Ile ya gossip ile inakuanga inaongeaga juu.
Ile gazeti ya mambo kemkem.
Mambo steamy ndio hiyo sasa. Mambo kemkem. Front page of the Nairobi, and they say Koito drama, love, lies and luxury. Helicopters, heartbreak and high society. Charlene's Koito had it all. VIP helicopters descending on Ruto's Kilgoris farm. Flashy billionaires and political heavyweights. A Tanzanian tech entrepreneur winning the first daughter's heart. Old romance rumors resurfacing. And enough cross-border love. Luxury gossip and high-profile spectacle to keep Kenya and the region talking long after the celebrations ended. These guys are having a good time, eh? After that Koito, they went and took a private jet. And they went for their, what is it called? Honeymoon. Kwenda kujibamba mahali walienda kujibamba. Good for them, eh? But kulikuanga na there's some lady who surfaced. Apparently she's the daughter of, not daughter but niece to President Ngwema. President Ngwema anakuanga wa country gani?
Si hapa hii Afrika hapa katikati hapa.
Angola.
Hapana.
Ngwema ni wa wapi?
Central Africa, bro.
Central African Republic.
No. I'm trying to remember which part of Central Africa it is.
I know Ngwema. I've watched his videos, bwana. Why am I forgetting his country? This is not good, man.
I'm ashamed of myself.
Ngwema reketuone. He is the president of he's actually from Equatorial. Okay.
Equatorial Guinea.
Ndio hiyo. Anyway, Ikitogini president. So inasemekana
Theodore Obiang Nguema Mbasongo.
Ndio huyo sasa.
That's his majina zake zote. This brother is 84 years old.
Right. So anyway, so there's this lady who is alleged to be the niece to President Nguema. Alafu kidogo alikuwa anaingia huko kwa DMs za not yeye but Isaya ndiye sasa mchumba wake Charlene. Isaya apparently alikuwa anaingia kwa DMs za Nguema.
What on earth is a DM?
DM is direct messaging. Inbox, yani message, private messaging. Alikuwa na private message huyu madam. But hizo ni mambo za kitambo. Si watu kwani everyone has a past before they have a present, right?
Believe me, it's very difficult to have a present if you don't have a past.
Yes. So the fact that now I am with someone, it doesn't mean that at one point I did not want someone else or I didn't try to be with someone else. So hii ni ile CJ Kome anitanga hot air. Village elders, the quiet force holding the country leadership together, from settling family wars to fighting crime. Village elders have done it all. Now the state is finally rewarding 106,000 of them with 3,000 shillings monthly stipend. 3,000 monthly stipend. Wacha mababu zetu waweze kupata kiru at least mwisho wa mwezi. Wafanyange nini? Waende pale wanaingia wanakunywa chai, kahawa, wale wa busaa wanachapa busaa yao, wachanga watafanya changa yao, na maisha yatafanya nini? Maisha yataendelea. Succession wars. Rift Valley's wealthiest families torn apart. They built empires in life, but in death their fortunes became battlefields, unleashing bitter sibling wars, disputed wills, DNA drama, claims of secret heirs, and explosive courtroom fights. From sprawling farms to millions in cash, the vast fortunes left behind by rich men have torn families over inheritance. This story is on page. You know, we should be making money from these kinds of stories on Netflix and other platforms, streaming platforms and YouTube, because Kenya is rich with these kinds of succession battles. Mara mtu ameenda aliacha bibi, alafu kidogo kadem fulani kanatokezea, sijui amekuwa akikalipia school fees throughout campus kakamaliza, then sasa akakaoa bila bibi wa kwanza kujua. Hizi stories zinakuanga nyingi.
There are. But again, there are very many wealthy people who also die. There are issues to do with their wills and their estate, but it's not in the public domain. Not really. Then there are those who die and there are no issues. There are more people who are well-to-do, who died, whose families don't have issues even after they have died. Then there are people whose parents died, had wealth, and have issues.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a gentleman that we buried, I think it must have been early this year. Yeah. So, went for his funeral, but as we were planning his funeral, man, the drama.
What happened?
Si hizi tu mambo za kadem fulani kanatokezea tu.
You know, the
kadem kanatokezea na tumutu, and you're like, eh.
That is not unusual. In some cases, you don't even have an issue. Because if they come with children, colored photocopy, you know, you don't know why people are debating it.
Yeah, guys, why are we having this conversation?
You can see.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm sure if you do DNA,
it will confirm.
The issue is not the will and the contestation. What you are seeing is a manifestation of a problem that was always there but hadn't come to the fore because the patriarch was alive or the matriarch was alive. So they quelled it. For instance, the divisions within ODM did not start when Raila Odinga died. They were there. When he passed away, now they became apparent because the person who could quell them and put a lid on it was no longer there.
Yeah.
Yes.
He became the subject.
That's it. So the individualism that people possess and is part and parcel of how we human beings are now came to the fore. Yes. The quest of political power tends to have very little boundaries.
True.
Yes.
Tony Ndiema's burial, 3.9 shillings raised. Family got only 60,000.
Who?
Tony Ndiema. Tony Ndiema alikuanga, was he an Ohangla artist or something? I don't know.
No.
Tony Ndiema was something. Let me just confirm. I could be nisipatia watu descriptions ambazo sio zao. But Tony Ndiema nika celeb fulani nimekuwa nikiona stories zake tu hapa hivi. So they are according to this paper they're saying Tony Ndiema's burial.
Who was Tony Ndiema?
Financial report released by the burial committee of the late Luo Benga and Ohangla star Anthony Okoth Ochieng, popularly known as Tony Ndiema, has ignited a firestorm of criticism across social media. The breakdown, shared by committee member Kokomo Victor on Facebook, intended to provide transparency regarding the funds raised and utilized during the musician's final send-off, but instead it has left fans and industry peers questioning the committee's fiscal priorities. Sasa jamaa wanasema according to this paper that 3.9 million Kenya shillings was raised from, of course, well-wishers, the public, mafans wake, but the family, after all was said and done, after the settling of the burial expenses, 60,000 is what reached the family. Sasa wanauliza wasee, tunaweza fanya yani burial ya 3.3 million, sorry. No, you need 3.9 something million.
Bro, ni million, sio million. Please.
So muna raise 3.9, mnazika jamaa na hiyo 3.9 yote mnaacha tu 60k, surely.
At least walipata 60k.
Hapana, si.
There are situations where they get none. Nothing. Yes, I'm telling you.
If I were in that committee, my friend, we have raised 3.9 million. Tunazika huyo jamaa maximum ikienda sana 1 million. 2.9 I give it to the family, with the widow getting the highest amount.
The thing that you need to bear in mind as you look at all these things is what the trend has been in the burials that take place in that region of people who are known not necessarily because they're musicians, and if the family, his immediate family, are not together or are powerful enough or strong enough, what happens? Money is here. This isn't a new story. Money has been raised in many such situations, and there's always a bit of a commotion about how the money was actually spent, and again by the committee.
Yeah.
How
do you collect 3.9 million and then the family only gets 60,000?
Bro, some families get 5,000. In Paka, you wonder, this 5,000, what is it supposed to do exactly?
25,000 tulikuwa tumechanga, how much ndio ifike? Come on.
No, what happens is this. The people who are in that committee, every time they have a meeting, they are spending money. It's not their money. When they travel and plan to go for the funeral, they will spend money. They'll spend money for the family to go. They'll spend money. They'll bring caterers. All that will be done. They themselves, if they go, they'll make sure that they are housed in a place or accommodated. These same funds that they have raised will pay for that money.
Yeah.
Will pay for that accommodation. Now that is when you have a committee that is determined that they're going to make money from this person's death. And there are many such committees. There are others who actually do exactly what they're supposed to do. But
make money.
Yes, they do. They do. That very money that is raised, that very money. Some have pocketed the money. Bro, that lana will come to them whether wanaiogopa or not. That is my opinion. I am merely narrating to you what I have seen over and over. Some of the outlandish things that people suggest. But they suggest and they are not willing to put even a cent into the endeavor. Oh, but we need to do this. So and so was, no. We can't bury this person like this. We have to do this. Given an opportunity, they always want to spend more. And the people at the end of it who bear the brunt of it, the families. I'm talking about something that I have seen, I have observed over time. The person is buried, the family comes back. If the person was working for, say, some government unit, and many of those units tended to house people, after a while you have to leave.
Yeah.
Suddenly they are stuck. Children are still in school. Fees needs to be paid for these children. You don't know what to do. There are incidences. You look at that whole setup. It's one really serious, holy mess. Yes.
It's sad. You know me. I in my family we usually have these committees. Na zinakuanga already set out. Tunajuanga huyu ndiye anakuanga treasurer wetu. ule anakuanga chairman, na hata kunanga chairman per se. We just need a treasurer to be receiving money. That's it.
You see,
and the number is posted there, and everyone sends money there.
That is why you, as I've told you, are organized.
Yeah.
When you organize, these things are not a problem.
Yeah. Na tunajuanga huyu tukimpatia pesa kila kitu itakuwa well
the
accounted
treasurer
for.
is somebody who is known to be honest. We have cases where someone says so and so is treasurer, people say no. So and so, no, because you know that money will be misappropriated.
Yeah. And in many other places I've gone to, even if they're not my family members, nionango akichoose a member of the family to be the treasurer. Ndio in case pesa mkikula ni nyinyi mmekula.
Pesa ilikuwa ni yenu.
Si ati ni CT mlimweka akue chairman hapa na stroke treasurer na yeye ametoka huko Muhoroni na mnazikana Mandera. No. Bwana CT atakuwa pale tu kama rafiki, anakuja kurepresent maybe either staff members or friends of from a certain place. So the family receives all the money. So mnachagua kama ni Mbuvi na ni familia Mbuvi inazika huyu mwenye ametuacha.
You know, the death of what you may call, or the process of killing, what was known as any ethical or morality that people tended to have, the erosion, that's the word I was looking for. It's real. It's very, very, very real. Because if the family is organized, then they will give direction. If they are not, and there are instances where the breadwinner was, as we say in Kiswahili, wa kusema. The wife was essentially a housewife. That person dies, she is at a loss.
True.
Half the time she does not know where this fellow kept it. She knows very little.
Or the much she knows is very little.
Yes, and you'll find probably a girlfriend knows more than the wife.
Lakini sisi wanaume
tunakuwaka na vituko bro.
Shida inakuwa. Yani your girlfriend can know more than your wife.
Yes. Yes.
She's the one who knows kama kuna tushamba twingine. Bibi yako anajua ndio hii shamba hii. Maybe hata hii shamba ndio iko na mortgage. Lakini kuna shamba ingine ulichukua huko, ulinunua sijui which circle, but it's your girlfriend who knows about it.
Yes. If you're on good terms with people who work in banks, they'll tell you somebody dies, say the wife comes to the bank, they're having a problem. You know this person had account. You even know the account, but you can't tell the wife.
Yeah.
It's you can't. It's unless you want to lose your job or get jailed, you can't.
Yeah.
Now that money, if it isn't, the husband never told the wife. So hapo ndio unakuta pesa inaenda kwa unclaimed assets. Unaona? But ni sisi wa Afrika.
Tuko na hiyo jinga.
Yes, see this Kenyan male. I don't know what it is. It's like you get married to an enemy.
No, it's you get married, then halfway you realize it's not an enemy city. Because when you were marrying this person, you had options, but you chose this one.
Let me tell you why I'm saying it's like you married an enemy. Because the way you treat this person is not the way you treat a friend.
Okay.
Why do they not know whether you have this or the other? Why don't they know? Because that's the commitment you made.
Yeah.
Yes. If it isn't working part ways, by all means, part ways.
Siti kuna wanaume na wanawake pia kuacha hawaachiki. Ni shida.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've never left someone and they're unleftable, for lack of a better word. Like you have left this person in your heart and in your mind.
Once again, let me just repeat it so that there's clarity. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ujisikia mtu akiambiwa ukiachwa chika.
Paul.
Yeah.
When you take a commitment such as marriage for the wrong reasons.
Yes.
And you have hopes and intentions that are undeclared at the time you are preparing to marry. What you've done is formed a union which will be tumultuous. It will be problematic. And not because these are your bad people. It is because your expectations will clash at some point.
Yeah.
And my friend, the moment they clash,
it's over.
Suddenly, you look at this person and you're not seeing a woman, you're seeing the devil. She's looking at you, you're not seeing a man. She's seeing a hyped devil with horns and a red tail. Okay?
A crocodile.
Yes. The complete opposite of the emotions that brought you together are now at play.
Yes.
Yes.
So at that point, what do you do? Si mnawachana?
No, don't get to that stage.
Yeah.
Don't.
So you get to which
People
stage?
grow and differ over time because marriage changes people. Not because marriage in and of itself is a changer, but the experience of marriage brings out in you things that you didn't even know sometimes were there.
Like this gentleman we were reading about, the daktari, I think tumemtaja kwa gazeti leo, the one who stabbed the wife multiple times. And I think I saw the story yesterday on YouTube as well from one of the news channels. They were saying that the neighbors said that these guys were always, fighting, arguing, and even some relatives said that a few times huyu jamaa alikuwa anatuambia one or two things, a few times huyu madam alikuwa anatuambia one or two things. So by the time you're getting to the point where by CT you're going to the kitchen or wherever it is that you keep your knives, grabbing a knife and stabbing this person several times. There's the action of I'm going to get the knife. There's the thought, sorry, not the action. There's the thought, I need to get a knife and stab this person. Then there's the actual now moving towards the direction where that knife is. See, by the time you're getting to that point.
It isn't, that's what rage does. And that's why such crimes are referred to as crimes of passion. 17 times. Oh, bro, that person was enraged.
Beyond. Then unashika hiyo kisu hivi na unaona ndio hii kisu. Unaiangalia hivi.
And this someone you know.
Unaangalia hiyo kisu hivi. This is someone you know. This is someone you've spent time with, you've slept with, you have children with.
This person here.
You have met her people, she has met your people.
Yeah. Now by the time somebody gets that point, tell me, how many unresolved issues do you think they've piled up?
Alafu unasema it is never that serious. Ikifika hapo walk away. Unataka kuniambia huyu mtu by the time alikuwa na feel ndio mwanamke akufikiria walk away?
No, nyinyi wanaume tuanze hapo. Sisi wanaume.
Nikabidi nikuulize kama ni mwanamke.
No, that was to get your attention because I knew you'd react to that statement when I made it.
Okay.
Unlike women who have people they talk to, they talk easily. They talk about their issues, their emotions easily, as we don't. And even the friends we have are for talking about superficial things like football and discussing superficial things like sports, okay, and politics. You never sit and say, guy, I have this issue. Man, I don't know what to do about it. We don't. And those of us who are older are not any better in terms of helping to say, guys, you are going to have these problems.
Yeah.
And the first point that you should consider is talking, finding someone to talk to. And don't talk to that friend of yours who's a blabbermouth because it won't help. Them they listen so that they can go and broadcast it.
Yeah.
No. You want someone who at the very least will just listen and say, let me pray about this for you or let me give it thought. At least you have spoken and the person is attentive. We never do that. We never do that.
We never.
Women at the drop of a hat with their buddies. My friend, they have cried. And by the way, one starts crying, the others join in. They have joined you in crying. They have commiserated with you. They have called that person any animal you can think of, from dog to donkey
to bear, elephant.
Yes. By the time that session is over, bro,
you're all happy.
Now they can drink wine if they drink wine, or tea if they drink tea.
Yeah,
and they suddenly feel, they're a bit relieved.
I like how ladies even will take a trip to Mombasa, or Diani, or Zanzibar, Masai Mara.
Yes, men. But by the time to get to Salama, they are drunk.
Mimi zio na wanaume ati buda manzi uko na stress, wife amekufanya nini, twende Mombasa, twende Diani. I have never seen that. I wanted to call it nonsense, but I realize it's not. I have never seen that.
See, I'm telling you, Salama, they're going to Mombasa.
Hata mfikage Mombasa, si timu natokanga hapa, tuko George Padmo. The closest place hapa ni wapi? We go there.
First of all, just
we actually buy it and we have it in the cars we talk. Ati ulikuwa unataka kuniambia nini? Buda mazito wife yangu.
Also at an organized trip where the vehicle has a driver. So none of you is driving. Who? I say Salama. Because man, you're going to have so many stops.
Bas.
Machakos may stop. Europe may stop.
Na kila stop matafuta madem. Ati buda madem ni wengi. Sasa huyo mwenye uko nyuma ndio anakusumbua. Cheki ule.
Are you really solving any problem here?
Your friends, instead of seeking solutions that actually work, the first thing they will tell you, Buda, yani dem anakukula kichwa. Check hawa wote wako hapa. And you're like, enyewe.
If you belong to circles where people are given to religiosity, you'll find that half the time they're having similar problems, so they don't know what to tell you.
Yes.
So, bro, this one I'll pray. That is a good thing.
Right.
But a lot of the times,
yes,
the confusion doesn't arise from the problem you have. It arises from even the basis on which you married in the first place.
The basis?
Yes. Because...
What do you mean? So you marry because you love someone?
Makosa namba moja.
Okay. So you marry because you want this person to give you children, or rather to have children with this person?
Makosa number 2.
You marry because you don't want to stay alone for the rest of your life?
Makosa number 3.
And you also marry because other people are marrying and you don't want to be left behind?
All those reasons are the correct reasons that people use, and those reasons will guarantee you problems.
Okay.
Paul, look, every time you sit and talk to yourself, you know that moment when you're having a conversation with yourself, not with anybody else. Then if you think of women you've known over time,
yeah,
there'll be very few, but you'll find one or maybe two who really touched your heart.
Yeah.
And chances are you're not married to that person.
Okay, make them 7, but yes.
Yes. Let's have the reasonable number, shall we?
Okay.
So start by asking, what happened? You'll find you are much younger at that point in time, and you probably didn't think of marriage, okay?
Yeah.
But if you look at the reasons why that person still tugs your heartstrings, so to speak, that person was your friend. You actually got along with that person very well. Very, very well. You got along. The way we are wired, when you get along with someone, you get along. Believe me.
Yes.
And you know this person I get along with. That is a beginning. The next one is to talk about yourselves openly.
Yeah.
Okay? Sisi wanaume,
Yeah.
rarely. Women tell you, no, you just need to be open.
Don't be open. It's a trap. No.
Our socialization, I'm not disagreeing with you.
You be honest with a woman. Ni hivyo. Anaanza kusema, kumbe hivi ndivyo anakuwa.
Hapana.
Hivi ndivyo anafikiria.
No. That thing is filed.
Inekangwa mahali kwa archive
It is
to
filed.
be retrieved.
Bro, like, it's not far.
Yeah.
Okay? So when I told you that you begin the relationship on an even plateau, tayari, kuna suspicion, na hamjaenda mahali.
Yeah.
So if you then move forward and get married, how do you think the relationship is going to be? Ever bus. Bro,
yes,
when you get along with someone, you'll find that you are very accommodating of even their failures.
Yes.
You look at the issues with a kind eye. If, on the other hand, you are not, and all you feel is a strong emotion towards them.
Yes.
But, and where men are concerned, when someone tells you he's feeling a strong emotion, I don't believe.
Wait, when a man says they have a strong emotion, or when the woman says?
No, man, that you have a strong emotion towards that woman. I look at you and said, really?
Are you trying to say that men don't have strong emotions
They
towards
do,
women?
They do. But that one, it has to be investigated and determined. Usually,
Yeah.
they are not talking about the emotion. There's a transfer of what it is that they actually feel and to stating what is acceptable.
Yeah.
Yes, I really feel strongly about this person. Should I feel what exactly?
See, na feel manzejo, every time nikimfikiria my heart goes kaboom. She's the last thing I think of before I sleep, and the first thing I think of.
That's the point I'm trying to make. What really is going kaboom? Is it really your heart?
I mean, the heart goes kaboom. Like every time I think about her, there's some hyperventilation. Like, see, that is the strong. Why are you dismissing me, CT? See, that is the feeling. That is the strong emotion.
An African man.
Yeah.
And the way we're socialized. Bro, that one, it is the same thing as a man telling me, an African man,
yes,
that, me, the way we relate is, for instance, we go out, we go Dutch. I was trying to ask you, what?
Dutch means 50-50.
I know what it means.
Yes.
I said, and you do what?
We go Dutch.
I said, and the lady is, what, Caucasian? African?
African.
I said, African.
Mutaita kwanza.
I said, is something wrong with your head? That's what I will ask you. Because I want you to take offense.
Yeah.
So
are you okay in the mind,
yes,
in the head?
I said, an African, this is an African woman. I said, you go and talk to somebody from wherever you come from.
Dutch, you go with your buddies, your boys. Those are the people you go Dutch with.
Yeah, those are guys. It is accepted, and even with men, we know. If I order around, you will order
the
around.
Next.
Yes. If there's a guy when it comes to his turn, suddenly has to go to the toilet, we mark you.
Na tunajuanga ni sawa tutakulipia lakini next week ni wewe unalipa kila kitu.
Yeah. Women also do the same with themselves.
Yeah.
But if it is a lady, on the other hand, Paul. Now let me talk like an old African man.
Because you are.
Yes.
Don't talk like, just talk like City.
No. See, I'm now specifying and unboxing
Yes.
the conversation before I actually say it.
Right.
Haki, sikuruhusi ulipe anything. I will not allow you.
Yeah. There's certain things, even as a man, you shouldn't allow. Pour the lady a drink when you're together.
I'm telling you, mimi ni mwanaume. Okay? Yeah. So I'm just saying, now I'm sure the people listening saying, City, kuacha ujinga. Sawa.
Si ujinga.
I am telling you how I think. Kama sina pesa, nitakwambia sina pesa. So, hiyo mambo ya kula wacha we, kunywa soda. Tutakula siku ingine kama niko na pesa.
City, kama huna pesa, don't even have that date. Postpone it until money shows up. Wewe shindo ukimwambia tu no, today I'm busy. My mom has sent me to the shamba. I can't come.
Now you see that's the difference.
Yeah.
Mimi nitakwambia sina pesa. It's not at complicated. And it's not telling you
utamwambia huna pesa when you have married her or when you are now fully into this relationship. You can be honest at that point and tell her that look, today we can't go on a date. You know, just ni katikati ya mwezi sijalipwa. Yeah, so let's give it a little bit of time. Pesa kipatikana will go out. But at TCT, you are those first days of dating and then sina do.
Do you see where the problem arises? And that's the difference. That's when you tell them, and I don't want you to pay. Okay? Let's wait until I will tell you when I have money, then we can go. Simple. Why are you waiting until a later date? When you've been posing as Mr. Moneybags. No.
Ni venye tu Edna yuko hapa tungemuuliza. Atuambie dem huna do.
So we have colleagues who are listening, so we'll ask them.
Uambie yani you have just met this girl like a week or two ago. You've probably done one date and there's another date to be had, and then now you're saying I don't have. You don't, bro, you lie. You tell her actually I'm out of town. Ni venye sasa tunafanya kazi kwa radio atakuona. You tell her I'm out of town. I'm in coast. There's this project management thing that I'm doing. I'll see you when I get back to Nairobi.
Paul, do you not see then how it is the foundation that is laid is guaranteed to bring problems later?
Yeah.
Because a little honesty doesn't kill you. See, but even among men.
Because the moment unaambia una do, atasema
bro,
umsiana do sasa, and you know there are how many
good,
people.
Aende. I mean that is fine.
Atiende.
But by all means, if she has a problem with that, then it is a good thing that you know early. What I'm trying to say is, the truth has this one benefit.
Yeah.
It doesn't need modification. A lie has to be modified. You have to even bother and remember what it is you actually said. Yep. The truth, you say it, it's done. This story of there's a check which I'm waiting to clear.
Yeah.
No. Even if I have a check, why should I tell you about a check which I'm waiting to clear?
Louise Rudasingwe is saying, City, you are right. Foundation is I'm sure she means everything. I mean, so foundation is everyone, but I'm sure I'm everything.
Paul, even when you're relating to men as a man.
Yeah.
I don't know, how many times have I told you in this studio, I don't have money, I can't do this?
Enough times. But you see, man to man, you see, me, nitakuangalia, I'll relate because I've also been in those situations. So I'll be like, okay, you know, it's
Bro,
that time.
The times we don't have money as men is more than the times we actually have money.
Actually, we usually have money once, and that is end month. And then
the other times, bro,
is a struggle.
So why is it that you want to pose as Mr. Moneybags? Well, why do you want to present yourself
no.
as Mr. Moneybags?
Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not saying that you present yourself as someone who is always having money with them. No. All I am saying is, if you really do not have money, bro, don't even suggest
it will be inferred when you say you've gone to Nairobi to go on a seminar on something you never do, okay? And then you've gone to Mombasa. It is inferred
that
kuna
uko
pesa ya kwenda Mombasa,
and
you're somebody who goes for seminars.
So there's money.
It's inferred. You're implying that you're a busy person whose life is full of interesting activities. It's inferred. It is simpler. When you state a fact like that, it doesn't require too many interpretations.
Yeah.
Okay, though women will interpret and say, "Huyu jamaa anakuwa mgumu kwa pesa." That's how they will interpret. It is a better interpretation for you.
Yeah. So there's this guy saying, hapo sawa city, kama sina, I can't even spend 3K on a woman bwana.
We need to tell him that he is in good company. We have a brother whose name we will not mention who shares that same view.
I have a problem with the fact that amesema I can't even spend 3,000 on a woman bwana.
But he is telling you his truth.
He can't spend 3
No. Paul.
Eh.
That's his yardstick. Heshimu hiyo yardstick yake. He knows why he's saying 3K.
Okay.
But you and I have a brother who shares a similar view of life.
Yes.
In fact, when he talks about it, he raises his voice as he's talking. He's saying, we're actually here.
If you're not, let me acha niwaambie kweli. Unajua madem ni maua, wanawake ni maua.
Actually, no. That's
City.
The whole point. No, Paul.
Mimi ndio ninakuambia City. See, I'm the one who says
and
this
I'm
thing.
differing with you.
I'm
But continue so that I differ with you some more.
Let me You need to spend something. I'm not saying spend your entire salary on them, a third of your salary, a 20th of. I am just saying that if you're serious about these folks, you will need to. Something has got to be done. And me, I'm saying this because I have learned the hard way over the years. The hard way. If we start talking about my life, mutashangaa sana. But the point is, over time, nimejua tu madem lazima tu utawatreat. Upate dem wa ushago, upate dem wa kanisa, upate dem wa town.
But Paul, I'm in agreement with you there.
Upate dem uliokota mahali kwa seminary, same creature. Same behavior, same characteristics. DNA match 100%.
Even if you refer to your own family, whether it is your mother, your grandmother.
Yeah. Those people.
It's a chick.
Yeah. You will need to spend money on them.
Paul, but I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah.
What I am telling you is you set yourself up when you now begin on this trajectory of untruths. Nishida, it is much simpler to get used to the habit of simply speaking the truth. I'm not saying you keep just talking about it all the time. I'm saying, should the issue arise, just state the truth. It is simpler.
Someone else says, in fact, stay away from women if you can't take yourself out for a bottle. Forget about the other gender kama upele. Upele ilikuanga ile skin rash ile ni chicken pox.
Upele I think was leprosy.
Eh? Oh, yeah. Ati pesa ya kuweka nails, kwani nails ni zangu ama ni zake? Wakwende.
Hapana. These are choices we make. You decide. If a lady decides that's what she'd like you to do for you, decide whether you're going to do it or not. It's a decision you make.
Yeah,
it's not a fight. It's also, don't get upset over it.
But you know, chicks will ask you this question. If I, that is now the woman, can do this for myself, if I can do my own nails, or rather pay for them, of course. If I can pay for my own nails, I can pay for my own hair, I can pay my own rent, I can pay my own electricity bills, I can do all these things for myself, I can buy myself clothes, shoes, then what do I need you for as a man? What? Like, honestly, hiyo ndio swali wanakuulizanga ni ningine na kuitaji. So, apart from you being physically there, doing the things that you do in the bedroom, kuna kangine tu extra. Tafuta tu vitu 2-3 unaweza fanya. Sababu kama anaweza kujifanya, because that is a bedroom pia anaweza kujifanya.
I think, Paul, I thank you for bringing that perspective, because you bring a perspective that is stated clearly in your generation.
Yes.
In mine, it was inferred and probably not broadcast or stated as clearly. You forget a very key component.
Yeah.
It's called companionship.
Yep.
You ask a question, what do you need the person for? You see, the moment you mention all those things, you informed me very clearly of the commercialization of how you see a relationship ought to be.
No.
No.
You're overthinking.
No. I haven't even started thinking clearly.
Okay.
I'm actually just telling you my first reaction to this.
Okay.
Because are we getting along, or are we on a weighing scale of what you can do and what you can't do and what I need to do for you and so forth.
Yeah, but we are on that scale.
That's the commercialization of it.
Okay.
It isn't that I need to pay your rent. No, that's not the basis of a relationship.
No, I'm actually not. Okay, but finish.
No, you're not saying it. I am saying part of what I hear from many young men
Right.
is, bueno, I sent that chick 2,000 bob the other day for this. I spent that chick this the other day. Still wants more.
No, but there has got to be a limit. You just can't be giving 2,000 on a daily or a weekly.
No. You're missing the point.
Oh, okay.
I am saying you don't have a relationship if that is it from the very beginning. It's a transaction. Okay? And you need to see it as such. So if you want a transaction, then you've got it.
Let me read some comments here because people are agreeing with you. Silikwambia Luis alisema you're right, the foundation, you're right, foundation is everything. Then Michael Lengio, anyway, amesema tell your girlfriend the truth. Akitaka kuamini ama asiamini ni decision yake. Michael, I agree. Na akasema city is on point. Willis Juma amesema ladies will treat you according to how you present yourself. It's very true. Creative Dan
Amesema yake.
nisome hii ama niachane. Anyway, Creative Dan anasema Paul Mbuvi should be arrested and committed to a mental asylum. A man must make the right decision over finance. Ken amesema we need to beauty our women because it's our responsibility as men. Umesikia? From one man to the rest. Amesema cheki. And sisi yote nikwambie, unajua kuna amade utawachorea useme ati no, you see me I can't do this for you, ama there are certain things I can and cannot do because I don't have, and it is your truth, it is the truth, it is a fact that you can't and it's okay. But then the moment you don't do these things, I swear ataanza kufanywa na mwingine. Because kuna mtu angaja kidogo kisiti. Kuna mtu ataangalia gap na aone. Assuming this woman goes to work, someone will notice, no, this chick can look better different in a better dress, and then he will buy her a dress, perhaps even just innocently to cubeste.
You know, Paul, there was a time when I was infinitely younger than I am now, and some people I knew, they thought like that. These are my contemporaries,
Utapata umegongewa
and
dem.
they behaved like that. In fact, the thing I found interesting is these are people, when it came to, and they're all married.
Yes.
These are men who would comfortably try and lure their friends' girlfriends.
Yes.
And I remember asking one of them, bro,
Ujinga gani huu?
I mean, you're talking about it as though it's a sport.
Yeah.
What exactly are you doing? I mean, this was me thinking. I said, yeah, but if that guy is stupid enough to buy that chick a dress for 2,000,
Surely.
I said, I'll give her 10,000 just to do what she wants to do. The dress can come later. Many of those friends of mine died of HIV.
Okay. Pole kwa.
Many. No. It's
the reality.
The problem is, some of them infected their wives who also died.
How sad.
They were looking at this thing as a sport, but these were men who actually had means. They had disposable income. Okay? Now, HIV was upon us. Somehow they thought it was a suggestion. When the reality struck, it was late. Okay? That's number one. Number two, me as an African man, unless I'm not able to, it is my job. This is my thinking, to look after my family, wife, children. That's my job. Kama siwezi, that's when we talk and say, nani, hii siwezi, nataka unisaidia hapa na hapa na hapa na hapa, tafadhali. Nikiweza nitakueleza, lakini kwa sasa siwezi. That is how I consider that. That's my thinking. Yes, and there are many men of my generation who tell you that's how they think.
And Titi, that thinking is the best, and it is, for me, it should have been the reality to date. Lakini manze, life imebadilika, man.
You see, again, my life ikibadilika. Remember what I told about companionship and finding somebody whom you get along with. Somebody you get along with, you can talk to. That discussion takes place. You say, listen, I don't think I'll be able to do this. Remember what you said earlier on about saying, I'll be able to do it now at this date, but now I can't. See, the discussion is easy, but when you're struggling with that discussion, note that there's a problem with you and there's a
Yes.
problem with that relationship as it stands.
And by
it shouldn't be that big. It should, you can hesitate, it's human, but it shouldn't be a teeth-pulling exercise.
But there, as I speak, I know there are some women who actually are with you 150%. They're like, yeah, I mean, I help because I am literally this person's companion and I need to come through whenever he's unable to.
Yes.
But there are others who are like, hapana mwanaume bana, kazi
Ameenda.
yako.
No, ameenda.
Anakwambia kazi yako, mimi hatunaniambia nitafute nini mimi. Hatuwezi lipa rent this month, so nilipe. Mimi nilipe, mimi.
Do you know something?
Yeah.
That shows up early in the relationship, and when you ignore it, it will come to bite you.
Yeah.
Because let's say, for instance, in the COVID era, many relationships broke up.
Yep. Because you're unable to provide as you used to before COVID.
Yes, in situations where incomes started dwindling, or you are in an industry where people are being laid off. Oh man, relationships suffer.
Yep.
They really, really suffer. Okay? So again, you must have a marrying of expectations. That,
yeah.
Yes, it takes, the thing is, you have to be patient. It takes time.
Unfortunately, we get those very good women. You see those ones who are willing to sacrifice it all, stick by you no matter what, through thick and thin, whether you have got the money or you don't have the money, whether they're even willing to do whatever it takes to ensure that they still maintain the lifestyle that you had, and they'll stick by you. Then we get them, and then we turn out and we just go the other direction and we just start walking in the wrong bush, and you're like, what is wrong with this
The stupidity of men is something that you can't put on a weighing scale and weigh accurately.
Muhammad amesema CT is right. Tell the truth and get to know if she's interested in you or your past. Kitungu amesema kitu siwezi rudililia hapa sababu ni 9:56 or 7:56. But Kitungu, I see you. Sonet amesema honesty is always the best approach. Equating money with love is not a relationship. It evolves into a transaction. Very true. And by the way, guys, I am in agreement that we are in a place, we are in a very bad place.
Wajua,
by the time unapata ule demeni mpoa tu mwenye amekubali tu amesema I'm with you no matter what. Whether you're short, tall, fat, thin.
Paul, all these women, believe me, even the ones who seem to you to be
transactional.
Believe me. Often that is a factor of their lived experience over time, their culturalization, and their socialization. Socialization means it's learned behavior,
yes,
and learned behavior can be unlearned. Yes.
You're saying it can be unlearned.
Yes, and they can also learn
this
new
lady
things.
who's used to sweet things and good money and flying to Diani every the time and going to Dubai every quarter of the year, and huyo unasema she can unlearn Dubai, she can unlearn Zanzibar and
she
Dubai.
Can fly to Dubai on her own money and Diani on her own money.
No, they don't, but
bas hapo ndio shida iko. So essentially you think that way kazi yako ni kuwa mrija, sio?
Very few women, and when I can say this with a lot of authority, munipeleke mali mtanipeleka, very few women are able to finance that lifestyle without depending on someone else.
Actually, I wouldn't say so.
Ni madem kidogo sana
No,
city.
no,
Watajipeleka
Paul,
Diani na Dubai
Paul,
bila pesa ya
Paul,
mtu mwingine.
There are very many women who can do that.
Naongea juu ya ratios hapa hivi. Of course, if we were to count them, I'm sure we can get to 1,000. But 1,000 out of what?
1,000, Paul, it's more.
1,000 out of what?
It's more.
1 in a million city.
Wajua,
hii Nairobi hii dem hivi aingie kwa mfuko yake hivi atoe pesa na aseme nimeenda
Diani. What we're discussing here is the willingness of somebody to spend money on certain things and their unwillingness or the understanding that certain things someone else must spend money on.
Acha nisome comment ya mwisho as we get into the next hour. Remind CT that one day he said, a man who tells a woman the truth will never marry. When did he say this?
It was a proverb. Ati unaenda kueleza demu kweli? Ati hiyo mazee utajioa. You will not marry. It was a proverb.
A man who tells a woman the truth will never marry.
Actually, it was, if you want to
I
marry,
remember it actually.
You remember that proverb?
We said it this year.
There are people who it resonated completely. It was a proverb. Yes. So let me state it now again. I personally disagree with that proverb.
Ati wende wambia dema ifimi, kazi yangu hata nakuanga mtu wa mjengo, natengenezanga 500 per day, I love you and I want to have a future with you. Unaenda hivi kwa choo unarudi unapata dema yuko. Sema mimi nikwe na umse mwenye anatengenezanga 500 per day.
Look, when we are young, we think exactly the way you think. If we're to tell the tales of the things we have done in our youth to try and impress women, don't think as though what I'm telling you now is how I started off. No. It is understanding and learning how life is.
Stand by. We're getting into the news with Winnie Maganga, and then we are hosting Senator Dan Manzo, that is Senator for Makueni County. I hope amefika. Acha nikaangalie kama ako in the area.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. You're being warned against counterfeit batch of P2 emergency contraceptives circulating in the Kenyan market. The Pharmacy and Poisons Board says the affected batch is marked T34197R are falsely claims to have been manufactured by Gideon Riches PLC. The board says the counterfeit product was identified during market surveillance after several differences were found when it was compared with a genuine P2. Makueni nominated MCA Urbanus Chalo Wambua has been charged with cyber harassment of an alleged TikTok video targeting Kibwezi West Member of Parliament Mwengi Mutuse. Wambua, also known as Urbanus Wambua or Kanzala Kana, appeared before the Milimani Law Courts and denied the charges. He was released on a cash bail of 200,000 Kenya shillings as the case proceeds.
Take judicial notice, but we urge you to take notice. Not judicial notice, but notice that cases of computer misuse and abuse of the internet, especially by the political class, I can confidently talk about that because this case has been defined as a politically motivated charge by the defense.
The alternative, the accused may be released on a cash bail of 200,000 with 2 contact persons.
Human rights defenders have condemned violence that erupted at Mombasa County Assembly, claiming they were attacked while attempting to present a petition on youth policies to members of the County Assembly. The incident occurred as Kenya and the rest of the world marked International Youth Day on Wednesday.
Inasikitisha kwamba tulipofika pale tuliweza kuzuiliwa kuingia katika ile ofisi respective ambao tulikuwa tunafaa tupeleke ile memorandum.
Kanda za video ziko, wale ambao wamefanya haya maovu wanajulikana, picha zao tumezitoa wazi kabisa.
Wale wote waliosika ku attack vijana jana pale Mombasa Assembly washtakiwe haraka iwezekanavyo, washikwe haraka iwezekanavyo.
Jubilee Party has hit back at President William Ruto over renewed criticism of retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. Jubilee Secretary General Moitalel Olekenta has accused Ruto of making Uhuru the focus of his political attacks instead of accounting for his administration's record after 4 years in office. Speaking in Eldoret yesterday, President William Ruto accused the former President Uhuru Kenyatta of working behind the scenes to strengthen his political opponents.
Mukipima wale watu, ule sponsor wao, si alishindwa na maneno ya affordable housing, si alishindwa na mambo ya universal health coverage, si alishindwa na maneno ya kusomesha watoto wetu. Sasa ameenda kupanga vibaraka wake, ati anatuma hapa watu ati wakuja washindane na mimi. Hawa watu nitawaosha asubuhi na mapema. US lawmakers are demanding answers from Pentagon over reported conditions
aboard an American aircraft carrier deployed in the Iran war. Thousands of sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have reportedly spent more than 250 days at sea, with reports of food shortages, broken plumbing, and exhaustion. Military news outlets have also reported concerns over the mental health of some crew members, including alleged attempts by sailors to go overboard. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has dismissed the reports, saying conditions aboard the carrier have been completely misrepresented. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Nigeria have failed to qualify for the FIFA Women's World Cup for the first time after losing 2-1 to South Africa in a playoff at the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. The Super Falcons had been hoping to secure another route to next year's World Cup after their quarter-final exit to Cameroon. However, South Africa's victory in Casablanca ended Nigeria's hopes of reaching the tournament in Brazil. Leicester City could be sold for more than £200 million, with the club's Thai owners King Power reportedly preparing to end their 16-year ownership. The Foxes have been reportedly placed on the market with the help of US investment bank Citigroup, which has prepared an 8-page sales document. The sales package includes the men's and women's teams, the 32,000-seat King Power Stadium, and the Seagrave training facility, which is valued at about £121 million. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is Radio Generation, 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? The People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM, Nairobi 90.7, Mombasa and Garissa on 89.5. Si tu mesalimwa na jamaa anaitwa Githinji. Amesema he agrees with you. Babake alimwambia madem ni kama nguruwe ati they never get filled.
God Almighty.
All right. There's something going down on the 10th of September, and it's called the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue. And it's basically going to revolve around 5 keywords. There's riba, there's murabaha, there's another one I saw here, musharaka kiangai. Then there is, let me get the next one. There is sukuk, and I think I told you this one, yeah? And then there is garar. Hey, I'm telling you, tabiri nimesoma Kiarabu ndio niweze kuelewa maneno haya. But like I've been telling you, the one that I think a lot of you know is riba. Riba is simply put interest, which is prohibited in Islamic finance. Now, instead, Sharia compliant finance focuses on things like trade, investment, partnership, and shared risk. So it's not about just avoiding interest. It's about how financial transactions are structured, with an emphasis on fairness, transparency, and real economic activity. And I'm sure this is very interesting. And you're probably wondering, how then can you be involved? So if you want to take the conversation further, join us at the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue, which will be hosted by Radio Generation. And it's taking place from 10th September. 2026. So you have a couple of days to sort this out. It's going to be taking place at the Radisson Blu, and the theme for that entire week is going to be about igniting growth in Sharia compliant finance. Some of the things that you expect there: industry leaders are going to be there, financial institutions will be there with us, investors and SMEs are going to be in the room. We shall have panel discussions, practical workshops, investment insights, and plenty of networking. So I'm inviting you, to be part of this particular conversation. If Islamic finance is part of your business or investment strategy, which I believe it should, regardless of your faith, by the way, this is a conversation you want to be a part of. All right. So get your tickets on langopass.com. For partnerships, reservations, and more information, why don't you call this number 0113 311 604. Again, 0113 311 604 for the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue. It's all about igniting growth in Sharia compliant finance. 10th September, Radisson Blue, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I wish you all the best, man. Mi nitakuwa pale to make sure that you are well taken care of, and the larger Radio Generation team. So why don't you put that on your calendar and let's make it happen. With the senator, we want to talk about the 2027 game of numbers, united opposition or united by convenience. That's the question. In my opinion, it's all about united by convenience. We know they want to choose this guy called President Ruto, and that's a fact.
Do they?
Yeah.
You think so?
They wanataka kumchuja, bro.
If there's one group of people who are very finely tuned to the sentiments of the Mwananchi, it is this group we refer to as politicians.
If there's one group that is what?
Finely tuned to the sentiments of the Mwananchi.
Yeah.
It's politicians.
But do you think that is like their number one priority? Because that's what I'm arguing here.
They say it is.
No, it's not.
They say it is. Some of them mean it, but I wouldn't say all of them mean it. No.
Because if that were true, why is it that every time they meet, they are talking about them as individuals? Good example. Yesterday, the president was saying, Uhuru anatuma vibaraka wake. It has got nothing to do with the people. Na akasema atawabwaga asubuhi hiyo siku ya kura. Ni nani anabwaga mwingine? Ni yeye kama President Ruto anawabwaga, ama ni sisi tutachagua nani atabwagwa? I believe ni sisi tutachagua, regardless of whoever is going to be on the ballot. So if Kenyans decide it's Maraga, then Maraga atakuwa amebwaga wengine. If they decide it is what's the name of that guy? I keep on forgetting him. Whoever it is going to be. If it's Martha Karua, then it is what it is, man. Ni Karua tutakuwa, ni sisi tutakuwa tumebwaga wengine na tukapatia Karua nafasi ya kutuongoza.
Political communication, that is if these players have engaged people who understand political communication. The utterances are not in a vacuum, neither are they careless. No. Somebody has weighed the impact of certain things in the way they are said. And certain things people say because traditionally that's how our politicians speak. That's how they make their thoughts known. By the same token, the issue of which side they're on and whom they support, the frequency with which you see this fluidity in our politics should tell you the frequency with which their mindset is fluid. So if it is convenient for me to go to a place and you're told password hapani, this and this, bro, that's what I'm going to say. If I go to another place and I'm told the password is
Tutam,
that's what I'm going to say. If I find in another place I said Sisini, that's what I will do. So again, the fluidity of these things does not tell you that these guys have any concrete plan to do better. It tells you they are looking for a way in which they can convince the population that it is better to vote for them and to vote for the person whom they are opposing, whoever that person is. So when one says that these people are united, my view has been from the very beginning, they say they are. It's for the public to decide whether they actually are or not. And by then, you look at what they're doing and you determine and tell me whether that to you indicates unity.
You know, lately, opposition wameanza kutupatia sera zao. You remember when we hosted that advocate, anaitwa Muhana, ama ni Muhwana. Muhana hapa alituambia kwamba cheki, Titus, nakumbuka jina yake ya kwanza. Titus alituambia, he gave us some kind of agenda. He said they're going to deal with about 5 things or so thereabout. At the time we hosted Senator Oroba here, and she also said they will deal with corruption, nini. At least wameanza kuongelelea mambo ambayo watafanya nini, ambayo wana hope wataweza kufanya wakipatiwa nafasi. Then we also had the Kalonzo, I think, was it on Monday or Friday? he released a 13-point manifesto where he said I'm going to deal with D. Unacheki. At least sasa tunaanza kuangalia okay, it's not just about one term, but it's about one term because this is the alternative. So we're getting somewhere.
The larger narrative of the opposition and the group that has done their homework is to delegitimize the president and his party.
Because that is what you have to do. If you are going to get rid, hata ukienda kwa petrol station C2 unataka kuchenjua tire, or the seller wants to sell you a new tire, ataanza ku discredit yako, atakwambia ona imecrack, ona thread imeisha, ona side moja imekulwa, so hata haijafanywa wheel balancing. Others atakwambia tu you need a new tire, and you are, according to you, the tire is okay.
There is a conversation where someone says what I'm selling will do A, B, C, D, meaning you can negate everything that those other people claim, but you don't speak about them. All you do is talk about what it is that you are going to do. The focus of those who are in the united opposition is, as I said, the focus is to delegitimize by speaking about the things that have not been done. Yesterday, when we were with Harrison Kinyanjui, he spoke about, when he was talking about Zionism and the Jewish influence on the planet and the conspiracy theories that are around it, he talked about, say, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And the conspiracy around Coca-Cola. You see, I mentioned at that point in time that just, if you want to understand the popularity, look at how they market their product. They never stop. They never stop. They always have something going on. They always saying something. They always
have a campaign, whether it's around breakfast, it's about lunch, on dinner. They have a campaign on what you can do with that drink. They always have a campaign of sorts.
They do. And it doesn't matter what it is you sell. At some point, they'll figure out that you can sell this Coca-Cola with ugali and sukuma wiki. Okay? They never do. So, when you consider that amount of effort, do you then doubt their popularity? Because other people who are in the same competition for whatever it is they sell don't do what they do. It's not really that complicated to observe. They used to have Coca-Cola, then there was Sprite, and then there was Fanta. My goodness, this Fanta. There was orange, there's passion, what. Meaning, the moment juices, as we call them, not necessarily fruit direct juices, but whatever form it is, came into being, you're talking mango flavor, this. They were not going to be left behind.
Yeah.
So, in the same way, they're not telling you don't drink Pepsi Cola. They're not telling you don't drink whatever Mirinda. They're not telling you, they're not even mentioning those people. But
they are focusing on their product.
But in so doing, they're more or less telling you, these guys say this, but look at what we have. Without saying these guys are, it's this what we have. But they are directly competing with their competitors.
But City, there's also other people who believe in the other different kind of marketing that you just mentioned, attacking your opponent. BMW has done it when there's a time they did a campaign. It is in this century, 21st century. They were doing a campaign against Audi. And then Audi would respond. And they would mention them directly. See, at our competition, no. They'll be like, BMW does this. We as Audi are doing this. And BMW would come again and say, look, Audi have done this. So, sisi tu gari yetu kona hii.
Even Coca-Cola have done that with Pepsi. There was an advert that, it was a beautiful advert though. A child goes to a vending machine and the lower part is Pepsi and there's Coca-Cola on higher, whatever. And they pay for the Pepsi. And they stand on the Pepsi
to buy the Coca-Cola. Yeah.
You see, yes, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. No, it happens. But sometimes that market segmentation is in understanding what it is that market would actually like. When you talk to marketers, okay, anyone who's a politician needs to engage marketers. They will tell you things that ordinarily you would never have thought of. But because they understand branding. The very principles that you use in selling an idea is the same idea, the same process you use in selling a product. Haina tofauti, because it's a product. That idea is actually a product. Now, when the opposition understand that delegitimizing is consumable and it is something that is readily acceptable, they will sell that. But people get to their fill at some point. You may not think so, but they do. Okay? At some point they say, fine, we have accepted this person is this, that, and the other. We have accepted. All right, now, But you also live in this country. Some of these things you're saying, why it resonates, because we have seen them ourselves. Now, there's this little bit about what you want to do, because you want the same job. And you've told us what this guy has not done. All right, let's hear about you. Now, telling us that you will change and you will deal with corruption. It's not a different narrative from what we've heard in the previous times. The only thing we wait for you is tell us how you're going to bring water and how you're going to build roads.
Yeah.
Again, you're not telling us something we haven't heard before. Someone who's campaigning on a platform of the Constitution and the rule of law.
Yes.
That's a different campaign. Someone who is talking to you about how it is that the obedience to the law will actually provide you with everything that you are looking for, whether it is education, being free,
health,
being free, whether it is security, everything. The Constitution and the adherence to it provides you with all these things. Meaning, so when you then talk about how, when you arrest people who have been plundering, it's adherence to the law. When you talk about odious debt, it's adherence to the law. Okay, you're looking and saying, our law tells us that we borrow for development, but this money was borrowed and it's a debt, but it wasn't used for development. So according to our laws, a law was broken. So those who borrowed should go to those they borrowed from and tell them, guys, we are having a problem paying you because of A, B, C, D. Now, that discussion is as real as the discussion that this government got in with that hustler narrative. And it was an issue-based discussion. Now, you build on it. But if we don't build on it and all we do is the same personality assassination process that our politics is known for, then anybody who comes in and stands on a podium with that politics, as far as I'm concerned.
But is it only just character assassination? It's character assassination plus what they hope to do or undo that has been done.
Tell me those who character assassinate and then move on to what they want to do.
For example, President Ruto has been called many names, including, a butcher. Oh, his government, his regime has killed people and so on and so forth. The same people who say this, they come out and say when they form government, that will be a thing of the past.
That's what we heard with this government when they were campaigning.
Very true. Then we also hear of issues to do with corruption. They say that when we form government, we will not allow all this opulence you see. We will not allow all this looting that you have seen.
That's what we heard from this government when they were campaigning.
Then wanasema tutarevisit mambo ya ODS debt. Tutaangalia venye tutafanya nini. We shall recover those monies and we shall even offer these people as the ones who took that money, so you deal with them. But we are no longer paying you. Whatever we have paid so far, be content with it na mutuache. So sati inakwanga tu, it's all about
and they will
Ruto
say
this, Ruto that.
We will audit our debt. There are those who say we have audited it. And what did we find? If we audited it, what did we find?
That there is odious debt.
Precisely.
That the government has overborrowed from local banks.
Yes.
Such that citizens cannot borrow. So they say, as opposed to what the Kenya Kwanza government has done, we will not borrow local banks so that we can allow you, the Kenyan, to have access to cheaper loans.
Okay. You see, if that is what they're saying, then I would say the script they're reading from is the same script that this particular government had before. And as far as I'm concerned, they're not telling us anything new.
Yeah. You remember even when President Ruto was when he was DP campaigning, and at one point he told, please, leave my children alone. You want me, you know where to find me. I'm here. Don't go, looking for my kids.
When this government took over and he became president, what did we see?
Uhuru one time appeared somewhere at night and said, guys, nini? Munanitaka, niko hapa. Leave my children alone. Leave their bodyguards alone. Leave their weapons alone. I am the one you are looking for. My children have got nothing to do with you. They've never been in government. They don't serve in government. I am the one who was there. So if you have an issue with me, please. If there's anyone who has got doubt as to my whereabouts, I am here. So again, same script, different cast. No, actually, same script, same cast, just different roles now.
Now, how exactly then is one government different from the other if you are to put these things on a weighing scale in terms of what it is that people said they're going to do, what they have done. When on the converse conversation, you were told this government told us we're losing 2 billion a day. Here we are being told it's 3 billion a day.
That's why I said in the beginning, in the first hour, when I was referring to that video where President Tutu was saying that kuna vibaraka, akiongelelea vibaraka, nikasema okay fine, maybe ni vibaraka, sawa, wamelipwa labda, Kenyatta labda ndiye hata anafanya hii funding yote ya opposition, yeye ndiye analinda mwananchi, yeye ndiye analinda Azimio, yeye ndiye analipa akina Baraka kuzunguka kote, ni sawa. Hata tuseme yeye ndiye analipa. As a matter of fact, anawalipa. But does it take away the fact that what they're saying is truthful? Because if it is untrue, then let's deal with the fact that it is untrue. If it is true, then let us deal with the fact that it is true. But it doesn't matter who is financing the voice, the call to action. What should matter is whether the action that is being called is actually true.
You see, again, communication and the audience that is the target of that communication. We can be responding to something that was spoken, but we were never the audience. It's not us who are being spoken to. When the president talks about President Uhuru, the former President Uhuru, you think he's talking to you? You think he's talking to you? Because it's like a reminder. The moment you mention the president, you remind us of his time in office without saying what about his time in office. The moment you say the president, a former president, you are reminded of things that are associated and which are related to that particular government. And without
actually went ahead to say alishindwa na housing, alishindwa na mambo ya health, alishindwa na, so you actually did point out some things.
Yes and no, because kushindwa means he couldn't do it.
I'm paraphrasing.
No. It is good to paraphrase, but the gist is understood. Some of the initiatives that President Uhuru started with regards to housing were taken to court, and the court stopped them. So you could argue that he adhered to the dictates of the court. They may have appealed, but appeal process takes time. But that government of Uhuru's came up with the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is what makes it possible for you to apply for a house under the Boma Yangu initiative and program, and they will enable you to borrow, or they will enable you to make it. It's one of these long-term borrowings where it's 20-30 years. So you are paying in installments, but somebody else can take over and eventually own a house. Now, that is what they started. So even if you talk about affordable housing in that context, it isn't a new scheme. It's like a continuation of what was there. And where exactly does this come in? Under the social pillar of Vision 2030. So again, it's just that politicians never come out and say that we are following this blueprint. They bring it up as though they have come up with it and it is their own initiative. They don't tell you it is a continuation. But if you were to place it squarely in the process and program of what it is a government ought to do for its people, if they are following the blueprint of development, whose aim is primarily to take us to a point where we are an industrialized nation. That's the aim. Now, if that is the aim, then you question, okay, how exactly will we get industrialized with A, B, C, D? Now, what am I saying? I'm saying this is the discussion that I was hoping these people who are all vying for this same position would argue and say, this is where we are.
You remember yesterday when we were having a convo with Tito Aligned, he was saying that, there are things that are done in the Western world and they apply to them and they fit in, just like a glove to a hand. Then kuna vitu kwa Africa pia tunafanyanga and they fit for us and they don't necessarily mean they will fit for them and vice versa. So the way we do politics in this country, whereby we insult each other, organize, which I don't think that is the right thing to do, but insulting each other, goonism and so on and so forth, could it be that is just how politics was? We have designed it to be our politics, and that's how things are done.
How good is that? I mean, we've designed it, we see it, we see the proliferation of it.
Yeah.
But that's not the problem. The problem is we have very many young people who do not know what to do next because the opportunity that ought to be provided for them is inadequate. It's not that it's not there. It is inadequate. So, if a government wanted to sort out the problem, you don't sort out the problem of goonism by talking about it. You raise the alarm, yes, but an environment that creates the opportunity for young people to be engaged adequately and in large numbers, that is how you reduce this. If somebody is engaged in something that they're doing on a daily basis, they will not have time to go and carry rods and carry all manner of crude weapons to go on the street for you. They won't. Yes.
All right. Next question. Do we have a space in our politics whereby we can have, that civilized, I'm putting it in quotes, civilized way of doing things, where you come to a town hall meeting or to a stadium and you talk to Kenyans and you tell them that this is what you will do for them, and then you go. But there's also the other one whereby you come and you say, unaona city Muga, yeye ndio nywele yake white, anatupeleka wapi?
So that's good. According to how we look at life,
yes,
that is how we will politic. And say, kwanza watu ambao wako na nywele white, bure kabisa.
Ni mzee huyo, hata hakuna hata kitu anaweza jisaidia. Then you also get to the podium when your time comes and useme, yule kijana anajiita Mbuvi, kitambi kazi yake ni kukula, hata hakuna kitu anajua. Do we have, is it possible to have?
You see the conversation around what it is that somebody can do and the plan.
Yeah.
This takes us back to a conversation that was begun by someone and was considered lakini tena inapeleka watu wapi. Jimmy Wanjigi and his conversation about ODS debt. People are talking about it now.
Yeah.
But
there's
it has traveled several years before it has gotten to this for people to understand it. Now it seems like it's a lofty idea. It isn't. But where can it be done? So what if it hasn't been done? What do you mean? Let's say the issue of ODS debt had never been raised and there's no country that has actually had the thing, the cases won. But so what if they haven't been won? Does it mean that you can start a case and that you can win it?
Actually, when we talk about Mozambique, because I know the country you're referring to, there's a time that hadn't been done, but they were the first to do it. So yes, they had a conversation.
And by the way, they're not the only ones. Even if you go down to history, the 1800s, okay? The government of Mexico, the Spanish, who were the colonizers, had borrowed from the then banking institutions of the world. They told them, okay, we're not paying this thing. Those fellows, there's a country called Spain. Yes, because we didn't see what it did for us. It's not that the cases haven't been won. They have. They're just not as many as you would like. You don't need them to be many. No, you just need to have examples of cases that have been won, because there's evidence to support what you're saying. According to our laws, they broke our laws. So these are cases you take to our laws first.
Yeah.
Our judicial process. They say, actually, there's a case, and by the way, our courts have spoken on the matter. They said, nyewe, kuna shida hapa.
Hapa kuna case to be answered.
Yes. Our courts have spoken on it. So it seems innocuous. It even seems like it's far-fetched. People wondering why? Because it runs in the face of our politics. It is not something our politics and our politicians are used to. Someone telling you point blank, if we don't have to pay this debt, we have money.
So
if we have money, we don't have to borrow.
Going back to the question that I asked earlier on, do we have space for those two different kinds of politics, whereby issue-based, very civilized, do the thing, and you have decorum, and then you leave. Then there's the other one, now you send your vibaraka, as President Ruto would call them. Unatuma vibaraka, wanaenda wanatukana opponent wako huko, yani mpaka yani get.
The mindset that speaks about politics and refers to it from a personalized position as our politics, that is the thing you get rid of, because why must that be our politics? Why must it be our politics? Why can our politics not be something other than what it is that we see? Why can't it be?
Because when we are having that very nice, warm, calm and composed politics, watu hawaifeel.
Because it's not exciting.
Yani wanataka mahali unakuja kwanza una dance kidogo, mnaimba, mnafanya whatever it is, mna shake shoulders, then now from there unashika microphone.
Yes.
Wanataka hiyo. Unaget? Because and I'm saying this because I've seen Maraga. Maraga is a very calm guy. I don't even think he knows how to dance. I could be wrong on this. I haven't seen a video of him dancing.
You don't. He's not seeking to win a dancing competition.
Exactly.
He can dance.
Sijaona video. Nimeona video ya Uhuru akidance.
Moving back and forth and moving sideways. That's not difficult. And then moving one foot.
Umeona mahali Maraga na dance?
No, I haven't. I'm just saying that doesn't mean he can't dance.
Umeona mahali mtata na dance?
doesn't mean he can't dance.
Okay.
We just haven't.
As far
seen
as
the
I'm
picture.
concerned, I do not have evidence that he can dance. But the point here is because he hasn't danced anywhere, because you know him, he appears in church, says one thing, and he's very serious when he's saying it. He will it's like he already knows, I'm going to say these 5 things and I'm out. But others, they know they need to say 5 things, but they end up telling us 68, which is okay. It is their thing. What I'm asking, and then there's Jimmy Wanjigi, who I have never seen in a rally. Yani mali hivi ameenda, you will see him on TV, you will see him in debates, you will see him saying things, and that's it, full stop. You will never see him at Bukungu Stadium. Utamuona Mwasinde Muliro uko mahali utamuona. Sijamuona People's Park kule Machakos aki raboraus huko, sijaona akitembea na madancers huko akifanya vitu. I don't even think he knows a single song hizi zenye ma youth wanapendanga kuimba isipokuwa Anguka Nayo yenye ili trend globally. Yeah, but when I look at those 3 politicians I've mentioned, Okia, Maraga and Wanjigi, who I believe have got some really solid pointers as far as governance is concerned. And then ukiangalia the polls that we are given here by SG Tifa, Infotrack, Geopol, and everyone else who does polling, you're like, these guys almost never appear anywhere. They're actually bundled as others. Yeah, but the one who will go with a Linda Mwananchi t-shirt, aka Sifuna, and Babu Owino, and you know, anaitwa nani huyu jamaa, wengine unawajua wote. Those are the guys who you know, are ranking high. Hata Kalonzo juzi imesemekana amepitwa na Matiang'i na nani na Sifuna. So I'm like, so then what is it that these folks we call Kenyans really want?
It's the conditioning.
Are we giving them something they don't want?
It's the conditioning, because the conditioning of our politics, especially when we reference our politics with rallies and public speaking and so forth, my view on that, you've heard me say, that's entertainment.
Because I've even heard in circles in the Kambani community, wakisema Kalonzo ana need kuongeza nguvu bana. Ona venye Sifuna akienda huko manzi. And I'm like, so are we looking for, like you said, are we looking for a dancer?
Yeah, we are looking for entertainment, and which means you will get an entertainer. And so don't complain about issues of your economy and solving your problems, because you voted the person you wanted.
You voted for
an entertainer,
a prom king and queen.
Yeah, so don't stop. Don't. You have no locus. Don't even complain because you know what you voted for.
I remember when President Ruto, a day before, no, it was a deadline ya campaign. Unakumbuka that famous video where he was running to the helicopter because they needed to be at a location before the deadline. They rushed to the chopper there, you know, with Murkomen and Itumbi and I don't know who else. They nikasema, okay. So, and people were like, hey, now that's the kind of president we want. You know, someone who can run, someone who has got this razzmatazz, someone who's shining and colorful.
Bro, that's a fad. We wanted somebody because he did what? We want another one because he... you see, again, entertainment, okay?
Mpaka mkafanya Raila anze kuendanga gym hapa akiinua machuma ndio aoneshe he's able to...
We somehow don't have a stomach for somebody who wants to calmly tell you that actually, you know what we need to do. Calmly, he says, no, nani. I mean, what is this thing you're telling us?
Mkafanya Kalonzo mpaka akachukua skipping rope.
Good.
He did a video skipping and doing push-ups and I was like, hey, guys.
Yes. That's what we want. So if that's what we want, let's take this discussion a step further and says, what will it give us? So when it gives you what it is that it can give you, don't complain. Don't. Because you voted for what... when you vote for a person, you're voting for what they can give you. And you assume that is what you wanted. It doesn't quite work out that way. Not really.
Yeah.
Did you see Kibaki holding huge rallies? He did.
No.
When he was campaigning.
No, he wasn't. But you know, Kibaki's time, we elected Kibaki when? 2002. Actually, me, I wasn't even there. I wasn't elected. But the point is, 2002 is what? 24 years ago.
Yes.
Aki City, 24 years ago, politics ya Kenya ilikuwa tofauti. Hata ndio tulikuwa tunapata mobile phones.
Allow me to explain something, Paul.
Okay.
My point is being made. The entertainment didn't begin with the current crop of politicians. They simply upped the game with every there was a campaign, and people did campaign, and the discussions were had at great length. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, there's let me read a comment here. This is John Goge. John Goge anasema Zambia is heading to elections today to elect members of parliament and the president. Let's see if HH, this is Hichilema, right, will get a second term and final term. He may be 1 term or 2 term. Rumor has it he's going to get a second term.
Do you know that is a country that the Supreme Court also told them, guys, this one didn't quite work out. Let's go back and
rethink, eh?
Yeah, let's replay this one again. Yes.
Acha to introduce guest wetu kwa studio. Honorable Dan Manzo is a senator of Kenya from Makueni County. Mhesh, karibu sana tena.
Asante sana ndio kwanza kabisa.
No,
Poleni.
we know Makueni is far from Nairobi. Yes,
Umetoka Makueni leo asubuhi?
They're challenged in Makueni. There is a young man who was killed in a police cell. Dear. When the postmortem was done last evening, it didn't say clearly. They said he died for lack of oxygen. The police had said he committed suicide, and the people were rioting. And this is in Nungune, not far from not far from the highway.
Yeah.
And so I've been very against this morning to make sure that we get another pathologist to counter check, so that we calm down the people and at least they can see that leadership is doing something. It was in the news last night, and it was really been big, you know.
And I hear this is a third such death in that
police station. And we've got some really nasty policemen there. And I've seen the IG have said now people must take responsibility.
Okay.
And in the last 2 deaths, despite the postmortem showing that it's a brutal killing, you know, that one was a hit on the head and a hit on the leg, while, you know, the head is down and the one hand is holding feet, and still nothing was done. So this time round, wananchi are very much up in arms, and unless you calm that down, by the time I'm through with the radio show, I'll find a situation I cannot control. But at least now with another pathologist on the way to Makueni, I'll join them late after the show and make sure that everything goes on well.
All right. No, we appreciate you. Hata kama tuko na dakika 20, wacha to make the most of it.
Yes.
You just found CT and I talking about numbers, asking what exactly Kenyans want. And I was actually telling him that I've even had in certain places watu wakisema Kalonzo hajaoneshana nguvu kama ile ya kelele na razmataz ya other presidential candidates. Because you guys are organizing yourselves as the opposition to you know, give us someone who's going to be the front runner. What are some of the things that you're considering really?
First, let me say that this election is very tricky. It's watertight. But I want to give you the last figures. The Kikuyus gave that 3%. The Luyas gave 18%. That's already 51. The Kambas gave 9%. That's 60. Kisis were 6%. That's 66.
Okay.
And if you go to the coast and other places who voted against Ruto that time and are not likely to vote, you'll find, you know, the current rating of Ruto of 24 is not far from the truth, because the Luos gave 12 and the Kalenjins gave that 5. So that's if you consider the people following Sufuna in that region, then you put him at 24, which is correct. And then if he manages to convince a few other regions like Northern, you know, he's stuck at 30 at maximum. And so the numbers on the table right now is 70, 30, so long as a united opposition is together and gives one candidate. Now, people know very well that although Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is a presidential candidate, they are hanging a rope on him. If you are nominated the presidential candidate, then we complete the impeachment like the Songo style. I was in that impeachment of Songo. And the court is the one which was inviting us. Tomorrow, file your submissions. Come back on Monday, ready for hearing. Every lawyer 5 minutes. In another 2 days, there's a judgment. You are impeached. so we don't want that scenario. And Sonko impeachment.
Yes.
It itself has a lot of questions. Originating from the voting at the assembly.
Yes.
That's where there's no impeachment at all.
Okay.
So we if you put out the head of Rigathi Gachagua, you cooked as an opposition.
Okay.
You leave his flock, scattered. And a lot of brain is being put to scatter the opposition. You have seen now what has happened to Matiang'i. Him and colleagues have to pay 2.5 billion.
Actually, it's 2.9 billion.
2.9 billion. And be told to raise that money. You are being twisted to join government so that you are forgiven. I think Matiang'i has been very stable, despite a lot of allegation, he's joining government, then he isn't. The way he has talked now, he has respected the president, he's called him His Excellency, he has not, been hard on him like the other opposition leaders. And then the rumor goes, then finally, pay the money. If you don't, it means if you don't, you know what you need to do.
Yeah.
But the opposition currently is led by the people. It's not led by the leaders. It's not led by Wamunyoro. He himself is a hostage. If he joins Ruto today, most probably his home will go up in flames in Wamunyoro. He will not be able to walk in any street. The people will abandon him.
Okay.
And that is the situation with every single leader in opposition. All of them, not even one, even the one who has a small following, can run away, can bolt out. Because the people are the one pushing this. So it's not that horrible. Kalonzo Musyoka, he's also been in a lot of trouble in terms of rumors. You see, like I saw 2 days ago, that people insisted this day when the president was doing the discussion on KICC, somebody insisted he saw Kalonzo's car coming from
State House
with the Eastern. The cars in Kenya of that model with those number plates and differing in one or two numbers are many. So the blogger may have just been mistaken. That day, that car was in Mombasa. Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, he's in Mombasa. He's been in the coastal region. In fact, that day was attending the Law Society of Kenya. And the people were there with him. He had town hall meetings. His position is known. And where the route was. So there is no opportunity, no chance. And even those bloggers be paid by the government to make people think that Kalonzo Musyoka will bolt. They better give up. It will not happen. I can certainly say so 100% sure that he will not bolt. He will not join, William Ruto. Joining William Ruto now from the opposition is like suicide.
Yes.
I know William Ruto is looking for people to clean him up and give him a better image even internationally. And that's why they are really targeting Kalonzo. And I also know that Kalonzo has a block. You have voting block which is reliable, which will be sure, with a lot of members of parliament. And if anyone was to get that will really, change a lot of things. But it will not happen. Similarly, Sifuna cannot go back. No matter how much money is laid on his head. He's been warned by the people. Yeah. We know. They are put.
You mean go back to ODM?
He can't. He can't change his position, even if he wishes.
But go back to ODM. He is in ODM.
He's in ODM.
So where is he going to? How can he go back to the party he already is in?
He's in ODM. Babu Owino is in ODM. Orengo is in ODM.
Yes.
They are elected under ODM tickets.
Okay.
The time for defection has not yet come. So they are the ones chasing him away. And from the last ratings also, polling, he had run away with 3/4 of ODM. Only a quarter is left with Mr. Power, who has now said another twist, which I don't know how Ruto is going to do. And when you see Simbarat talk, then you know things are serious.
Okay.
Simbarat has told President William Ruto, come on, we are going for number 2. And we have no discussion unless we have number 2. You know what that means for Mount Kenya East and the likes of Ruko. Clearly, the die is cast.
What does that mean for the deputy president, Professor Kindiki?
It poses a very serious matter because it means an ODM will have to be given a sure position. And my good friend, Dr. Oburu Oginga says, look, according to my constitution of ODM, the party leader is a presidential candidate. So if there is anybody who is going to deputize William Ruto, it is me. Once he speaks, you have not heard Joho talk again. You have not heard.
But let me ask the question. Whenever people speak in that manner, what is understood is that there is something they are bringing to the table. And this thing they are bringing to the table is numbers.
Yes.
So, what's the guarantee that they have those numbers to bring?
Well, ODM is a big movement.
That's precisely the point.
Yes, ODM is a big movement. Minus ODM, Ruto is nothing.
Minus the ODM that Raila had.
Yes.
Is it the same ODM?
No, it's no longer the same ODM.
Yes, so these numbers we speak of...
3/4 have gone with...
Yes, so these numbers we speak of, which numbers are we speaking of?
A quarter of the original what Raila left.
And even then, are we certain? Because Raila could talk about the Luo nation with certainty, just like you're saying, certainty.
Certainty, yes.
That certainty isn't there, is it?
No, it is not.
So when people are saying we want this particular position, I'm asking the question again, what is this thing that they're bringing to the table? That guarantee, because there has to be a guarantee. Raila Odinga could guarantee you, Kalonzo can guarantee you, okay? Who else? Gachagua now can guarantee you, okay? Yeah, okay.
Sifuna can guarantee.
Yes. No, Sifuna, not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite.
He's yet to form a political party.
Not quite. Not quite.
Are you saying that Sifuna hana following am unamaanisha hana base, hana ama ni venye haiko tested?
Sifuna is a crowd puller.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he has followers.
And again the crowd is pulling. If you ask them now, how many people are registered voters? Lift your hands. You'll get a shock of your life. So if I was Sifuna now and I've been encouraging him, when he moves around, IBC are available. Let an IBC tent be somewhere near there. Register voters.
That is very sound advice.
Register voters.
All those people have 2 or 3 tents. IBC will register.
Yes.
Let that be also part of a registration process. Because in all honesty, crowds are just that.
Yes.
Crowds. The crowds Raila had were crowds of his followers.
His followers, yes.
And we know they're his followers because over time, we had seen those crowds
vote for him.
Yes, and going with him wherever he went.
Yes.
So they were followers. There was no question about the followers. We knew they were followers. This one?
Kidogo tricky.
Not yet.
But let me ask you of the area that you're probably familiar with, Ukambani.
Yes.
Has Ukambani registered good numbers?
We had an increase, and we are still every other time I'm down there. I'm always encouraging people to register, and we have IBC on ground registering people, because many people are not. They think the process stopped. The process is ongoing, and we are going to have one more mass registration. Statistics have it that 4 million young people yet. The Gen Zs, the ones who went to the streets, are yet to be registered. Adeba did very well, registered 2 million. If 4 million young people had registered, I think William Ruto would have every reason to get worried. But at the moment he saw that they did not care, he knows there will not be, even look at Olkarao, who was on the line.
It's older people.
No, young people. The young people we're out there at the school gate. Say we are making sure
we are protecting the vote.
What they have not voted. So we want young people everywhere in the country to register as voters. If they really want change in this country. We don't want them to start demonstrating in 2028. We don't want demonstrations. Register now. Make a choice. And be part of change. And I want also to tell young people, what makes them think that they cannot go to parliament? They can, all of them send these people home. So let the young people register, because unless you are a registered voter, you cannot vie. None of them don't know that. When I talk to some, they ask me, so is it online? Can we get on phone and register? No. You need to be there for your photo to be taken, for your
fingerprints,
to be taken, so that the vote is not stolen. So
but Muhesh, why is it difficult for us to do this online registration, then submit our biometrics at a different time?
Verification.
Yes. How do you know it is you?
How do you know it is you? And then chances of the bios being mixed up and played with online. So the best thing is please for now, because in future we'll go that way. For now, please, since you are above 18, you are in university, you have an ID card, just go to the nearby. It's just like a day of protesting. Organize a day of protesting as voting. Just get there with the same energy and register as a voter. And I really want to work with Ademba and other young people when in the next mass registration we organize a day of protest to go and register.
a day of registration.
Yes, a registration protest.
Okay.
You know, so that everybody makes a sacrifice, goes there, and you see what this will do to the young people. They will be able to run for MCS. They will change the country. They will run to parliament, and they will be elected. This election is a unique one. They will not be asking you. It will be like the Sifuna one. I want them to become Sifunas, all of them.
Yeah.
You can see Sifuna is being donated money. He is not the one giving money, the traditional way.
Yeah.
So there will be donated money to vie. They will be given the goodwill of the people. And we have very many young leaders in this country who are very good. I've seen them in African Youth Leadership Forum, which I participate in role modeling and mentoring. Someone like the Deputy Governor of Kajiado went through that training.
Yes.
He's been Deputy Governor, Kagusha, although he got into trouble recently and I went to rescue him from court. There are many young leaders. That's how those ones have grown. So Kagusha started as a speaker in Nyeri.
Yes.
So there will be so many positions. They can become speakers. There will be 47 speakers. There will be deputy speakers. There will be clerks. Clerk of
an assembly.
Of an assembly. Those are jobs young people can take. Then you have, there can be MCS, and there are quite a number. If you are jobless, you can serve the community and get a job. Then there will be members of the National Assembly. I am very sure a lot of these young people will be elected. When Kimani Ichung'wah and I were elected when we were very young.
Yes.
Why can't the young people? And we started in 2002, didn't get far. We were just lobbyists, supporting President Kibaki. 2007, we tried to run. It didn't get far. 2013, we got elected. So let them begin the journey now, because we are looking for these young people in leadership if they want us to get to the real Singapore, not the dream one. The real development will come with these young people. So I'm encouraging them. But to do that,
right,
you need to register as a voter. Then, for you to work for IBC, and we have brought a motion in Parliament, the policemen, 10,000 or so, don't vote. How is IBC going to make sure you vote, then go to guard the vote? Because each police station has 2 policemen. So more than 10,000 policemen don't vote. We want to know how can they vote, or how can there be shifts.
Yeah.
So that some vote, then now they go.
Does the military vote?
The military votes. You are free that day to go and vote at your village, whatever. It's a public holiday. The military vote. We also want to encourage them to mobilize themselves. The military can also make sure that the vote is guarded, in that they can be strategic. And the young people, clerk number 1 to clerk number 6, you cannot be hired by the IBC unless you are a registered voter. When I was in university, I used to work for IBC.
Okay.
In the 1997 elections, I was one of the officers in Langata constituency. You know.
And did you vote in that constituency?
No, unfortunately, that time I didn't vote in that constituency.
Okay.
Because I was registered in Makueni and I was now working in Nairobi. It was to get the job first. And because I was in University of Nairobi, it was easier. And there were a lot of us who are there guarding Raila's vote.
Actually, you're right, because even when I was a university student,
yes,
I worked for IBC.
Yes. So we are telling the young people, be part of the day. Be part of the 40 day. Do something for your nation. Work as a polling clerk. But for you to do so, you have to be a registered. And we also want the polling clerks to vote before they poll, before they guard. Then it is between clerk number 1 and clerk number 6. They will make sure nobody can steal the vote.
Yeah.
Because you are there. You can give information. You can call me. You can call somebody and say, they are beginning to steal the votes here.
Yes.
Because now it is stolen after 5. The ballot papers which have no voters have shown up. That's where they cut, and mark all the presidential votes. I do election petitions.
Yes.
And we tested one case. We had a friend. The mother had passed on. We had buried her. But come the voting day,
she voted.
She voted. She rose from the grave,
went and voted and went back.
And went back to the grave. So when we were doing the election petition, we said, how did this one vote? And she was buried a month before the election. And the courts said, you see, this is it has not been a lot of votes, because there were quite a number, to overturn the general, polling of the people. That was the reasoning in court.
So they're saying one is not a threshold.
It should be so massive. But how do you prove the whole nation?
Yeah.
So you need one.
Exactly. Actually, you need one because it is 50 plus 1. So please, the ones who are listening, and I know this radio is listened by the very many young people.
Yes.
Please mobilize yourself. It's a very popular radio show. Please mobilize yourself. Go and register. Be that one vote which will bring change. So that you get a job, you get your passport easily, you have a government which works, we stop the corruption. You saw Professor Ino say, all these stories you are doing here are good. But so long as there is corruption in this country, there's no Singapore for you.
Mhesh, what lessons did especially opposition Azimio learn with the last election from that issue of our agents and many other things that perhaps you will let us know right now? What did you learn in 2020?
Let me tell you, if you have no engines, the fort is going to be stolen. It is your engine present at a police station who will help you. I know people want to pretend that what Kagusha did is bad and what the Luo elder said. You know, the Luo elder said, if you are a Luo and you are not voting with us and we are voting for President Ruto, you are cast. I want to tell the young people that cars may not fly. He was just talking. It's an empty threat.
Those people are talking for themselves.
People are talking for themselves. But I want to tell the young people, well, that talk is not good for anybody, for any community.
Right.
People should be free to vote the way they want. We must invest in engines. So long as you have no engine, presidential engine, and the engines for the members of parliament, then your vote is going to be stolen. Because it is the engine who is your watch person.
Yeah.
They may be compromised, but you have the inside engines and the outside engines. Because there's also a lot of voter bribery outside there.
True.
And voter bribery is corruption. Money being given at State House without a budget is corruption. Because when you walk to State House, have lunch, okay, you have taken one church. Then you should take the Catholics, the SDS, you have taken the Muslims, the Hindus. So we want to see a day in State House for everybody. So you know those things don't really work. But the money be given there, if you look at the budget, it should be placed in the budget. Otherwise, in my opinion, it is the money is allocated to different ministries, which now the PSS are asked to bring this man to State House. We need to sort out people. When you have 27,000 watchmen, security guards, or now the new
security officers.
Security officers.
Right.
And then you know what some of them did? Because they have 3 uniforms. You give your wife 1 uniform and your brother. You appear there 3 people. So you... So times 5,000, 135 million there, plus the food they cooked. And then now somebody has come from Bungoma and you have given them 5,000. They spent 2 coming,
and
they spent 2 going back, and 1,000 to sleep in town. That person has gone Asara. They go back very unhappy. But they still found time and savings to pay something to Sifuna.
Yes.
Out of that money, Sifuna was donated 75,000. So it's an amazing thing.
Oh my goodness. Yes. All right, Mhesh, unfortunately, like I said, we have another guest coming in, but I'll allow you to have the last word so that...
and then in future,
yes,
please, without this inconvenience, I kept on talking to Yego, and it's been a very busy morning for me.
Okay.
It was also a very busy night, because if you don't take charge of things in the constituency, then you have no business coming to a radio station in Nairobi.
True.
When people are saying, we are on a short recess. When people are saying that you should be you should be with us here. We should not be hearing you from a TV or a radio station. You should first sort us out, then you go. So there will always be future. I will always be more than happy to come to this radio session. The one thing I want to tell Kenyans is that as a person who sits in the middle of united opposition, as a person who knows Sifuna one-on-one, as a person who is very close to Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, as a lawyer of Wamunyoro, I want to assure, and as somebody who knows Matiang'i very well, despite the frustrations, no single opposition person will leave. And if they leave, they will leave at their own peril. They will have nowhere to walk. They will have nowhere to go. You leave the united opposition, then from the feeling of Kenyans, then please, you are such a betrayer. Just leave the country or look for another Kenya. But it should not be that extreme. Everybody is free to do what they feel. together with the risks.
Mheshimiwa, you know, you are a lawyer. That's a veiled threat.
No, I'm withdrawing the threat. Let me unpack it.
Attacking while defending.
And I want to give the, the exceptions in that rule fixed by the people.
Yes.
Because there's no rule without exception. I'm just telling you the people's feeling. And when you betray people, it is so bad for you. So I'm just telling them the people's feeling. Everybody is free to do what they feel like. When you go to vote, it's a secret ballot. It doesn't matter how much money you are given, how much rice you ate at State House. You go and vote with your conscience.
Yeah.
Everybody, like the way they did in Olkalau.
Yes.
Averagely, a single person in the street got 100,000. Some women saved up to 100,000 and have started a business. And the money to buy one vote was 3 million for 5,000 votes. So you would imagine how expensive that election was. But the people still did what they wanted to do. So we want to encourage every Kenyan to do what they want to do. But I want to state a position that while everybody is free to do as they please, and to vote as they please, and to coalesce as they please, in accordance with the Constitution, and to live wherever you want to live in the country, and to do business there, and nobody should threaten you, I want to confirm with the leadership of the opposition, which I sit with, that no one up to now is leaving, and especially Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka will not leave.
Yeah.
He will stay there. We have already cleared him as a presidential candidate, as a political party, and I call it to wipe a patriotic front. He's on the ballot. We are looking for a running mate.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's something I had just forgotten, but it has come to my mind on the issue of manifesto.
Yes.
There's what he told us on, I think it was on Monday. Some 13 points that he said he's going to work on once he's elected as president. So in case a running mate comes on point, are they going to add their own, or what has already been said has been cast on stone?
I want to say that most manifestos of all political parties are generated from one point. Manifestos deal with the issues. They deal with water, roads,
health, education.
It's the ministries, the way you see. So what a manifesto, a political party, and we've made one. In fact, on Monday, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Monday evening before he went to Mombasa on morning, he was on some location here in a place called Stony Alley with experts going through there. I went there. I listened to a presentation for 1 hour. And the manifesto is very good. There are serious professors, serious brains from the face of Kenya. We have Coastarians who are there. People from Western Kenya were there, Nairobi, Ukambani, everywhere. Professors, experts. And they were working on our manifesto and refining. And it sounded very good. It came out very, the change Kenyans are looking for. But then it is a manifesto then which becomes, the manifesto is the one which becomes your work plan. Once you are in leadership, it's the one now which becomes your blueprint, and how you are going to set up your government and how you're going to deliver. And I believe the manifesto I saw is very good. That's why you heard ODM say them and UDA they want to marry their manifestos.
Yes,
because if it is housey, it is there. The question is the how.
Okay,
are you going to slash the money for the same? Security men, the security personnel.
Officers, yes.
The security officers told me, this man has cut our money from our salary. For a house you will never get. Yeah. That's why we were going back for our money in the State House. So you see the pay slips, the pay slips in the country and all that. It is how you organize to achieve the same goals. Okay. The worst thing of this country, which I want every Kenyan to think about, and especially the young people who have not yet been affected, is corruption. Okay. Because the moment corruption is thriving, the public money is not safe.
Yeah.
It will be misused. You do not follow the budget. And the moment public money is not safe, then nothing is working for a country.
Very true.
Nothing really works, because not the housing, because you have built houses. You have killed the young people who are to live in the houses.
Yeah. I'll ask you a question. Will you be available this coming week?
Yes, sir.
Because this topic we had,
yes,
we really do want to discuss it at great length.
Yes.
But for now, we don't want to inconvenience the guest who's supposed to be coming in on this hour.
Yes, which day do you want me to come?
When can you come? It is you tells us on which day.
We are on recess, so any of the day of the week.
Can you come on Monday?
Other than Tuesday.
Can you come on Monday?
Monday is the best.
Monday is the best.
Monday is the best. Yes.
Monday it is.
Monday it is. What time?
Hiyo nitakwambia saa hizi na producer tu saa hizi because I know we have some other guests, so we can see whether you're going to be in the morning at 7 or maybe 9, 2 hours later.
Whatever you call me.
All right. But it's in the morning.
In the morning.
Asante sana. Okay. All right, folks. We are taking a short break, get into the news. Then when we return, we shall be hosting another guest on a totally different conversation. So don't go too far. We will be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. You're being warned against counterfeit batch of P2 emergency contraceptives circulating in the Kenyan market. The Pharmacy and Poisons Board says the affected batch is marked T34197R are falsely claims to have been manufactured by Gideon Riches PLC. The board says the counterfeit product was identified during market surveillance after several differences were found when it was compared with a genuine P2. Makueni nominated MCA Arbanas Chalo Wambua has been charged with cyber harassment of an alleged TikTok video targeting Kibwezi West Member of Parliament Mwengi Mutuse. Wambua, also known as Arbanas Wambua or Kanzala Kana, appeared before the Milimani Law Courts and denied the charges. He was released on a cash bail of 200,000 Kenya shillings as the case proceeds.
Take judicial notice, but we urge you to take notice. Not judicial notice, but notice that cases of computer misuse and abuse of the internet, especially by the political class, I can confidently talk about that because this case has been defined as a politically motivated charge by the defense.
The alternative, the accused may be released on a cash bail of 200,000 with 2 contact persons.
Human rights defenders have condemned violence that erupted at Mombasa County Assembly, claiming they were attacked while attempting to present a petition on youth policies to members of the County Assembly. The incident occurred as Kenya and the rest of the world marked International Youth Day on Wednesday.
Inasikitisha kwamba tulipofika pale tuliweza kuzuiliwa kuingia katika ile ofisi respective ambao tulikuwa tunafaa tupeleke ile memorandum.
Kanda za video ziko, wale ambao wamefanya haya maovu wanajulikana, picha zao tumezitoa wazi kabisa.
Wale wote waliosika kwa attack vijana jana pale Mombasa Assembly washtakiwe haraka iwezekanavyo, washikwe haraka iwezekanavyo.
Jubilee Party has hit back at President William Ruto over renewed criticism of retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. Jubilee Secretary General Moitalel Olekenta has accused Ruto of making Uhuru the focus of his political attacks instead of accounting for his administration's record after 4 years in office. Speaking in Eldoret yesterday, President William Ruto accused the former President Uhuru Kenyatta of working behind the scenes to strengthen his political opponents.
Mukipima wale watu, ule sponsor wao, Si alishindwa na maneno ya affordable housing? Si alishindwa na mambo ya universal health coverage? Si alishindwa na maneno ya kusomesha watoto wetu? Sasa ameenda kupanga vibaraka wake, ati anatuma hapa watu ati wakuja washindane na mimi. Hawa watu nitawaosha asubuhi na mapema.
US lawmakers are demanding answers from Pentagon over reported conditions aboard an American aircraft carrier deployed in the Iran war. Thousands of sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have reportedly spent more than 250 days at sea, with reports of food shortages, broken plumbing, and exhaustion. Military news outlets have also reported concerns over the mental health of some crew members, including alleged attempts by sailors to go overboard. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has dismissed the reports, saying conditions aboard the carrier have been completely misrepresented. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. The time right now is 15 minutes past 9 o'clock. We want to talk about, Africa's intellectual property and whether indeed we are protecting Africans' ideas as we should, innovations, and of course our culture as well. With us in studio is the chairman, All Africa Intellectual Property Summit. That is Mbakalu. I hope I've said it correctly.
Fantastic. You have. Absolutely, you're right.
All right.
Mbakalu.
Welcome to Radio Generation. Welcome to Kenya. But I have a feeling this is not your first time to Kenya.
Well, I have a lot of network in Kenya.
Right.
I have a lot of network in Kenya. So post-COVID makes us redefine our connection to places. So this is not my first time to Kenya because of the network I have. That's digitally, I've always in Kenya every day.
Right.
Every day. But physically, yes, this is my first time.
All right. Nice to have you here with us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'll just get right to business. We want to understand, first of all, you're the chairman of the summit. Maybe you can let us know a little bit about the summit, so that even as we get into what intellectual property is all about, we'll get to understand it. So what is the All Africa Intellectual Property Summit?
Fantastic. All Africa Intellectual Property Summit is about ensuring that IP, intellectual property, work for Africans and Africa. We believe that the sustainability and development of Africa as it stands now will be on the backbone of intellectual property. So that means we want to change the IP narrative from it being a legal text to it being a tool for development. So the All African IP Summit, this is our 7th edition, and it's a summit that has moved from country to country. In 2024, we were in Rwanda. The topic then was intellectual property as a catalyst for sustainable development goal in Africa. Sustainable development goal is coming to an end in 2030.
Yes.
So 5 years or 4 years now down the line, but there has not been connection between intellectual property and sustainable development goal as in the context of Africa.
All right.
So we brought that to the fore. So last year we're in Senegal, and the topic was what exactly is the intellectual property we want for Africa future? Because intellectual property, as we speak now, the awareness is low. People don't understand how it applies to their daily life, and especially for businesses and the people that define policies, government.
Yeah.
So the All Africa Intellectual Property is bringing that to the fore, bringing in stakeholders, saying IP is important, and these are the ways we can contextualize in African reality. So the All African IP Summit has been moved from country and bringing stakeholders, not just lawyers, not just policymakers, but even right owners and everyone, academians, to come and discuss this very important thing that's eluded us to benefit from connecting to our development. So that is what All African Intellectual Property is about. So we're bringing, as a matter of fact, Africa Intellectual Property ecosystem is coming to Kenya this year.
And I know you had a meeting with the government of Kenya, and you even had a joint presser, I believe.
Yes.
Was it on Tuesday?
Yes, it was on Tuesday.
What was the content of that conversation?
Kenya, I have to give credit to you guys. You guys are doing fantastically well. Especially with the review of what intellectual property should do, and you are creating systems, harmonizing framework, and seeing that it's better the business environment, and as well as ensuring that Kenya benefit. So it's a case that Africans can learn from. So meeting with them is for us to see how do we collaborate, how do we have the synergy where what we are building, other African countries can as well learn from it. So the Kenya Copyright Board gave us the privilege to have this conversation, and we are currently in discussion on having a discussion where we can have an MOU, see how beyond just the summit hosting it, how can we cascade this relationship so other African countries will benefit from what you are already doing, and you as well can learn from other African countries, because you can learn from two sides. What you are doing well and what they are also not doing right, so you don't repeat the same mistake. So this conference was about let's get to know each other, and see how bringing people to Kenya can have not just networking, but have experience of the hospitality and the warmness that Kenyans are known for. So, and as well as the thriving ecosystem that you have, let's see how we can make this happen. And it's not just the Kenya Copyright Board. We also had meeting with anti-counterfeit agency or anti-counterfeit authority. I happen to be one of the institutions that you have institutionalized to fight against counterfeit. Counterfeit is danger to human. Counterfeit is danger to business. Counterfeit is as well as undermine economic development. So we had discussions with them, and how can we also form synergy intellectual property, because when you abuse someone intellectual property, you are faking the person, so quality drops. So, and it can go both ways. True.
And in terms of intellectual property, I don't know, has Africa realized its potential as far as intellectual property is concerned? We get to hear that outside this continent. We know of how IP is a big deal in the US. It's almost as probably even more expensive than even land itself. In Europe as well, IP is a big deal. But in Africa, IP is just one of those things you mention when
you speak to lawyers. Exactly. you speak to lawyers. Absolutely. We're making progress. Let me not undermine that, because AFCFT came in to see the importance of IP, and that's why we have an IP protocol under ASL, which was adopted, ratified by the head of state in February 23rd this year, 2026. So now Africa is moving to mainstream IP, and not just mainstreaming IP. We're trying now to define how IP applies to us. We are not benefiting from it. You said it's big in US. It's not big for the big sake. It defines what the popular maybe instrument that we have from technology. I don't want to mention name because I don't want to market for it. They didn't pay for airspace. But if you look at all the major electronic that we have, the fight between China and US is IP.
Actually, you're right.
It's IP. Because it's the only way you can sustain your business. As your business grows, there are people who call the free riders that benefit from it. And I know you're going to come to the question of how we're going to benefit from it in terms of our culture. There's enormous culture coming from Africa, but we're not owning it. We are not benefiting from it. And as it's big in the US, in global north, in Canada, even in China now, it is not big for the big state because it empowers businesses. IP is an asset, but tell me, does bank consider it as a collateral for investment? Would you?
Yes.
Have you ever heard that a will was written and there was one place written that this is your asset, trademark? It's not.
I haven't heard that.
You've never heard that. But that is what happens when you talk about maybe can't talk fried chicken. I'm not just, but that is an asset that a generation is keen into.
You're actually right. KFC has had their IP for as long as they have had their recipe.
So the recipe, you can't make the recipe yet. They bring it in. It's trapped.
Even the potatoes.
Exactly. Before you even pay your local tax.
Right.
you set aside the funds for that asset before it's not. My brother.
Yeah.
We are losing, and it's important we consider the importance of IP. IP is intangible asset. Intangible asset override your land that you see.
Yes.
Because it grows in value than. You can imagine the fintech. The fintech in Africa that went into Unicorn, $1 billion. It's because of the IP.
Yes.
You have 3 from Nigeria. I think you have some as well from Kenya here. It's the IP. So small businesses must understand that IP should be an investment strategy. They must implement and they must value it. So
we're having a conversation with the equivalent of an ambassador from Estonia just a couple of months back, and they were telling us that you've just mentioned unicorns, and it took me back to that conversation. They protect it literally with their life, with everything that they have. You see now what China is doing with their electric vehicles, protecting that IP with everything that they have. Because again, America has also shown that they're doing something similar. They're not allowing Chinese EVs into their country because of the very simple fact of the IPs in their countries.
Absolutely.
So, but I see here in Africa, every time we're having cases, we are fighting all these tech companies because they're not either treating our workers right, because they would rather protect their IP and do whatever it is that they're doing to Africans, as opposed to letting it be a product for all. So when are we going to get there? Is it number one, our policies that we implement as in terms of the leadership that we have in politics? Are we going to do that individually as the people that own these particular companies? Because I believe one can't survive without the other.
Absolutely. So this year's All African IP Summit, the theme is mainstreaming intellectual property for trade, industrial and creative economic transformation. So you see these 3 arms has been disconnected. So when we talk about industrialization, it's like a bottomless pit. You can explore from manufacturing, but we are focusing on pharmaceutical industry this year when we say intellectual property. So now, mainstreaming IP for trade in Africa. So you talked about, is it the government, is it the policy reform, or businesses will do it individually? No, it is the government that should lead, why the businesses support and collaborate. How do I say the constitution of every country say the right the government is supposed to protect what? Life and property. Life and property. You know what? The property they talk about is infrastructure, physical infrastructure.
The land.
The land, the buildings.
Yes.
They say you destroy someone's shop, but they've not talked about that intellectual property is intellectual property. So the government has to start reforming. That's why I still commend Kenya for now bringing this to the fore.
Yeah.
So other African countries have not taken clue on this. I'm from Nigeria. Our laws on IP is 1965. 1965, before I was born, 5 years after independence, and there's a policy this year being talked about it, and there's a reform, but come on, 1965, you're still talking about reforming. You share their party because AI is here now. Who is owning the IP behind AI? Where is it domiciled in Africa? So we are making progress, but it's very slow. We are saying mainstreaming it. So the government leads, and the government has also made some strive, because under ASF IP protocol that was just adopted. So what we should do now, and that is what the All African IP Summit is doing, is we're bringing everyone together. You are not talking about Anglophone, Francophone, Arab. We're saying all stakeholders. Let's talk about what is important to us. The businesses cannot do it alone. They need support of the government, because when IP is abused across border, who goes to fight? It's not the business person. The government takes over as an economic diplomacy fight. So the national government goes, just as the national government of UK, the national government of US is going after the Chinese government at that level. So it should be a presidential, and we're hoping that we'll have the president of Kenya give us an opening remark in this one to show the importance of IP as we speak. Because if government's constitutional rights, responsibilities to protect life and property. Now, when you protect intellectual property, you are not creating jobs. You are not creating livelihood. You are not now creating issue of sustainability of healthcare. You are not as well addressing and limiting the challenges and eradicating poverty. There are countries where no one goes to bed without food. Everyone must have food, because some businesses are creating jobs and generating money by sitting down somewhere and going global. How many businesses, even in this studio, if you look at it, how many of the items here are 100% Africa?
None. Maybe this mug.
The only commodities here that 100% African is us.
Bam. That is
I
the
have
point.
a feeling even this mug is Chinese.
Of course, the design. If you look at that mug, you can't go and create it because there's someone. As a matter of fact, do you know one interesting thing about it that they have lawyers everywhere that looks at the market that does mystery shopping. If you abuse that, or they fire you with some legal cases, lawsuit, and you will treat. So you can't even do anything because it is important. We have not taken it important. You've not seen an African head of state going to other country and say, we have this product, it's coming from our country, this is the brand name, this is the CEO of XYZ company. Generation Radio, this is the CEO because they produce all the mics that goes global. And I say, wow, okay, so we're having it. Intellectual property, the trademark has to be protected. That's what we call in the intellectual property known brand. What is the known brand that Africa has?
You're right, because even when we see the president of China visiting countries, when they come to Africa, they come with the big boys from their countries. They come with the CEO of Huawei or Xiaomi or ByteDance, and
it's as simple as that.
And BYD, because they're coming to seek the market in these places.
The market.
But African presidents just go with them
themselves. Where the politicians,
their ministers.
The ministers.
End of story.
End of story. Absolutely.
And yet, what brings them here beyond the idea of selling their own product, that is a door that they're knocking on and hoping it will open, but there's a lot more they want from this country, from this continent. Now, that which they want is where the intellectual property of needs to be guarded, because they don't love us because they love the African.
No. We are a market.
We are a market.
We are.
Yes.
When you have a young population, or what you call a youthful population, my friend, you have something they don't have. You have something that goes into the future. We were discussing this yesterday, and somebody asked, I said facetiously, the thing we produce well, better than most people, is people. We keep having more and more people
being birthed.
Yes, and that is a serious
resource.
Extremely serious. Yes. And we talk of the natural resources that we have.
Yeah.
But it is this resource, the human resource,
that exploits those things.
Yes, that needs to be educated and informed to understand just the value of what they are as a people and how it is that is what is attractive. We are sitting on something the rest of the world doesn't have. And that, my friend, is the foundation of what we are referring as our intellectual property, and we have a lot of it. But we haven't learned to understand it to the point where we can actually, should we say, monetize it fully. Yes.
But if I had to ask you, Sand, is it because our politicians don't understand it, or it's an extension of also us not understanding, so it doesn't become a main part of our conversation, even when we are just running normal politics in the country? Because at the end of the day, like you've said, you will see these presidents, these kings from other countries moving around with the business people, but here it's a completely different story.
Yeah, so I believe it's two-sided. Contextualizing what is important, and as well as the understanding, the awareness is not really there. IP, to a large extent, even in the university setting, is still seen as an abstract. When you define IP, you're not defining it as trademark registration, because you can register something, and if you cannot commercialize, you cannot market, you cannot brand it, you cannot insist that your logo is on the left and it stays on the left, even no matter what comes, it stays on the left. The people don't understand that. Also, when I'm registering my business, I have to also register it side by side with the trademark, and as well as have a certificate and say that this is my brand. So the business don't understand it. Neither does the politician. And by the way, politicians are not most time the policy makers. They're politicians. They are technocrats.
Yes.
That goes with it. So technocrat, like for example, the Kenya Copyright Board, they are the technocrats. And they should also understand that it is not a lawyer issue. It's a producer, it is right owners, it's branding. Everyone has to be scientists. So we are not place it where it's ought to play because we have limited understanding on how it works, because it's intricate. It's a dynamic thing that where you have to sit down and think it through. Do a projection of 5 years, 10 years, what we're going to do to ensure my brand is somewhere. So when people file, I don't see reason why filing alone should take 3 days, 1 week, 1 month, and it's difficult. It should be that as you produce, we produce music every day. Where is it? And if played globally, how do you get the royalty back to you yourself? Who is monitoring it? Who is developing technology to track what is played? Okay, so if it's played and they remit the money, who takes it? Where's the infrastructure that monitors how the money comes back? As Prof has said, by the way, I heard that it's Prof, so it's okay for you to call him Prof. He said the young people we have are the asset itself, because every day we generate an IP. But do we have a policy framework that captures that value that comes from it?
Policy framework. Underline that word, yeah.
Do we have it? We don't have it. I'll give you a classic example. I think it was 4 years ago now, or 5 years ago. There was an uprising of young people in Nigeria called Sorosoke, young people speaking out.
Okay.
And it was a movement. And people were demonstrating, speaker, Sorosoke is a keyword. That was an IP. And a young lady in the UK wrote about it, Sorosoke. And the internet worker go, who told you, how can you take our IP to commercialize it and start writing book? But the woman said, nobody has told me why I should not use it.
Yeah.
Do you know, after the talk, after the discussion, it dies and nobody has come out to create any product out of Sorosoke, which was a brand. The government should have taken, I say, from where it's coming from. Maybe Lagos State would have said, from where it's coming from, we have not taken Sorosoke. We have now Sorosoke and the wristwatch Sorosoke, wine Sorosoke. So because now it's a known brand, we're not thinking. So if you have a government that put policy framework saying, whatever comes out and we trace it to a location, the location has it and everybody start benefiting from it. So it becomes, that's why, for example, our GI, our product comes from communities. But you know what? We have fantastic tea, but who owns that tea? Is it just tea as commodity or tea from Nairobi? So if it's tea from Nairobi, who takes ownership of that? Policy framework, lack of understanding, and not understanding how these things work. And that is why we are passionate about it in all African episodes. We're making us about it, not just making us, but bringing intellectuals to come and start thinking. Even every university should have an IP policy, but very few have. IP policy should not just be having IP policy. IP policy, how do you, first of all, invent, brand, scale, commercialize, expand, reinvest, brand, scale, commercialize, invent, reinvest, and that creates job, that creates products. Okay, I'll just give you a classic example of Sorosoke. So we should have had Sorosoke earphones, Sorosoke, because it should have been a brand, a business on its own, because it's a known brand. But nobody has that. And it also happened. There's always a name that comes out in every movement. But Africa does not commercialize it. But when you go,
actually, you know, there's a guy here in Kenya. He's now a politician, but he's also a media personality. He's called Willis Raburu. Willis coined the word bazoo, and he went and he registered it as an IP. And then another telco company here used it, and he sued that company, and he was paid a lot of money. I think over 10 million Kenya shillings because of that particular word. Bazoo more or less means Oga, big man, someone you respect, and so on and so forth. So it's a word of prestige. Artists, we have artists who have sued because their music has been used. There's one gentleman, an artist here in Kenya called Nonini, but he now lives in the US. You can't just take his music and put it on some random marketing product. You will meet a lawsuit the next day, and he has been paid for that. So there are people who understand, and I like the fact that you're saying we really don't have a policy framework around these things, because if we did, even our own artists would be eating fat checks at the end of every product they produce. But I want to take you to something you said earlier on about pharmaceutical production and manufacturing. It looks like countries in Asia are the ones who are running with this. There are countries that have been producing medicine for a very long time, but those ones they went against some intellectual property somewhere.
They ignored it.
Yes.
India, famously.
They produce medicine and
the generic
market.
They simply ignored.
So when we look at also that danger whereby I can have a product, I can have a service, and it can just be taken over by some powers that may be across the ocean.
If I may pause.
Yes.
It's not just taking over. A patent has to have a lifespan.
Yes.
It can't be...
Usually 10 years.
Yes. Now, the reason for that is you're selling this thing and you're benefiting from it. So after a period of time, why then do you want to stop other people from benefiting from it?
Well, interesting question. You see, in Africa, that's why we have to define. Even when you just gone into an area, and when you talk about pharmaceutical, you talk about patent, is always key in that. I believe Africa should redefine what is patent modality system of patenting any product, especially pharmaceutical, because when it was globally defined under WIPO, Africans were not really on the table to contribute to it. So the patent, whatever you want to patent, the expectation, the threshold is very high because Africa is still evolving. We don't understand the intricacies. So now we're coming to the medicine. There are medicines that our grandfather took where there is not like postury. There is nothing like some cancer thing. They were living 100 and something. But we've ignored it and we've allowed some people to come and take it and rebrand it. So there are products and vegetables we eat that communities have just allowed to just wallow and just there. So now what we are trying to do from the All African IP Summit perspective, we want to say, okay, now that's why we're supporting AFCFTA IP protocol, because AFCFTA IP protocol is now redefining and bringing the threshold of all these things. So if you want to get something from somewhere, disclose where it's coming from, how are you going to use it, and let the community know. And there should be a register. We don't have registers for most of these traditional medicine. We don't have quality assurance. We don't have people that monitor it. We don't have. We don't have. We don't even have someone. So, COVID-19, there was request for vaccine, and we know what happened. They thought we can't sell vaccine to you even if you bring all the money in the world. We serve our people first.
Yes.
It was a wake-up call for Africans to start seeing that it's important now we start developing medicine. And that's why from All African IP Summit perspective, we felt we should start having this conversation for us to see that it's not the pandemic happened. And thank goodness there was a prediction that it will wipe out Africa, and we survived. And we survived because we have some ginger. We survived, have some help, and we've left it. So why haven't government come in? And that's why we're saying, government, don't let it go. Pharmaceutical is important. We must reduce the amount of drugs we import to Africa. Let's start putting IP system that will support pharmaceutical medications and vaccines being created in Africa, and Africa has to fund it. It is not if AFCFTA that I'm running. Who is funding AFCFTA? Who is funding this stuff? Who is even funding our policies? Have you seen any business or any family estate that say I'm setting aside 1 billion shillings, 2 billion shillings to fund one research in Africa?
No.
It's the most times Melinda Gates, Rockefeller, the West.
African billionaires are not doing
it. They're not. All African IP Summit, we are looking for money. We are looking for money to fund the store. We are saying it's something that is you pay $200 to attend at early bird. You pay $400 at regular, and people are paying. But we can as well have a fund, a partner. So, okay, you see, we are going to give complimentary to 1,000 young people, and we then create a deal room where they bring their ideas and create, and we support that idea and invest in the idea. That's what is done in China. That's what is done in Europe. Family estate, people that have so much money, you bring it in, so you start pushing like this pharmaceutical. So we have medicine that will take care of some of this disease.
Yes.
But we have not put in intellectual property system to support them to grow, so that they continue doing the research and see and planting them that the soil will be okay and everything. So that it will benefit us. And that's why at the All African IP Summit, we bring a lot of stakeholders to come and discuss this thing. It's important. You've raised a very important question. life. Let me go back to the constitution. The responsibility of government is to protect life and property.
Yes.
So you can't, to protect you cannot live your life the way it is in ill health. Government should be able to step in. So government should see from this lens that, okay, if I'm going to protect life, I need to see that my great grandfather lived 120 years. What did he eat? So now let me use intellectual property system, put it in place to protect that herb, to protect that ecosystem. Just like we have national park that you cannot just go and carve one part of your land. And there are some herbs that should be national assets.
True.
That the country should, just like China is doing, where they use the natural herbs, to cook and not clear everything, eliminate the food because it's from the past.
Yeah. China has patented even their pandas, Bona. You can't have a panda in Pakistan. They will come for it.
They'll come for it.
In fact, it's something I wanted to ask.
They will come. You have a panda in South Africa, they will come for
This
it.
garment you're wearing,
Yeah.
is the fabric Nigerian?
No, that is a problem. The design we are pattern people, but 90% is outside the shore of Africa.
See why I ask? Because if you look at traditional African wear, there is a culture that was passed on through an artisan process. Some it was in families, some it was in regions, and they know what to do.
Yeah.
And even when it came to the doing of business, they understood how they go about that business. See, it's a process, but then you can patent a process and you give it a name.
Very true.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, other people, China is notorious for this because they will yes, they are notorious for this.
I know they are.
They will see a product that you have, they will imitate it and produce the cheapest possible form of it. And part of the reason is because we haven't protected what we have.
Yeah.
In Kenya, we have a government, something called a Kikoi. There was a battle about the Kikoi, the name Kikoi. Is it K-O-K-O-I? Or yes, exactly. But somebody went and patented it. And yet, there's a process in all this legal called a trademark. A trademark has more longevity than a copyright, for instance.
Prof, geographical indication is should be a lifetime.
Yes, it
I'll
should.
give us a little. I'll let you continue, Prof.
No, please continue.
There's what we call 10 by 10, 10 plus 10. The first bilateral relationship between China and Europe was on geographical indication product. China got into this scheme, anything China goes into, watch it carefully.
It's gone.
When they heard about geographical indication, because geographical indication protects a product that is from origin, like textile, that's our garment. We have I have to commend Ghana for protecting the
kente cloth.
The kente cloth.
Yes.
Because now they've given it, but it should go beyond just protecting the geographical indication. They should also ensure they put the arsenals out, because China's already producing it by the fake ones. They have to put the arsenals out. So that should be forever. That is just like, if I may ask, do you know champagne?
Yes.
Everybody knows champagne, but do you know champagne is a GI wine? It's from a community in France.
It comes from a region. The region is called Champagne.
That is it.
Yes.
Forever, anyone born in that region is born into wealth. But where we are, our textile, we allow some folks come and so GI is something that is you don't even need to reinvent the wheel to benefit from it. You just have to say, this is the process our great grandfather has been following. We want to document it, and if you want to do anything concerning to this product, you must locate your industry in that region. You must create your factory there, and you must belong to an association that put in quality assurance, and it must have a mark. And that mark is what gives you, and everybody benefit. The community benefit, the family benefit, the government benefit, the job is created, and the value chain goes on. And tourists come there not just to see lions, and they come to see the clothes. You understand? So there is so much to benefit from GI. I beg Africans to
wake up.
Please wake up.
You just say that, and I remembered that not only do we have champagne from France, we have cognac from France.
Yes.
Brandy from France.
Scotch whiskey from Scotland.
And you cannot even name your whiskey Irish if it doesn't meet certain conditions.
If you're not part of the association, they come after you.
And Americans discovered this and they decided, you have whiskey, we have bourbon.
Yes.
So you cannot call your whiskey bourbon until it meets certain, and you have to get the license from there.
That is it. You can't even create it outside there. You must get there.
Yeah.
That's what they call Florida orange. You're not Florida orange. You're not reinventing orange. It's orange from the tree that drops every now and then. You
every season.
It.
Yeah.
It's GI. You cannot never name anything, even if it's going to be a pen, Florida orange.
No.
They'll come after you. They will come after you. But here we are. Africa is just giving everything, and someone just come and say, do you want us to consider the value and the cost of things? No, we're not saying we're not discarding. We're saying don't steal our IP. Don't steal our value. Let us have it. Let's define it.
Yeah.
You cannot continue telling us, relax your IP, and we define what goes on from us. We can make that decision, and politicians and policymakers have to help us, because at the end of the day, as individual, you can't do a law that will govern. You can as well just fight as much as you can, but the government you just want policy document. They say you cannot, and it becomes the law.
Yeah.
But private people cannot do it. So we need government as key partner. That's why when I'm glad that we are in discussion with Kenya Copyright Board to see how we make the All African IP Summit the biggest ever.
Yeah.
And as well as cascading it to other areas from culture, innovation, and as well as capturing that expansion back here, building infrastructure. So if you have the MOU, and it's not only awareness. When you create awareness, you also will create who are the experts that monitors this stuff. The counterfeit. So there's a lot of things we can do, but we are starting, and we cannot. In my place they said, you cannot rule away when the step you make, because it's a little step, what we call the compound effort. You build it gradually, but we should move fast, because we have AI now coming up.
Yes.
And they are just taking things, creating it. So we must put framework in place to protect what we have as Africans.
As a matter of fact, now that you've mentioned AI, what role will AI play as far as IP is concerned? Because now creativity is literally at our fingertips. With just the power of thought, you can make a command and you have this amazing content. So how do we patent something that has been created by something we didn't even create ourselves? Whether you're using ChatGPT or Gemini, or you're using Anthropic Cloud and so on, that Anthropic is owned by someone.
Of course.
Won't we get to a point whereby someone can say, okay, no, you made it, yes, but you used my platform to make it?
That's why I say policy reform has to come in. So we must evolve. That's why I also say people that have funds from Africa have to start investing in things that matters. Because you see, all this policy, government will always say they don't have funds because there's a lot of responsibility. So individuals that have so much money should set some funds apart to support this. AI is here to stay. We cannot protect, you cannot ban, you cannot. I'm not a disclaimer. I'm a liberalist.
Okay.
I don't believe in banning, but I believe in equipping your people to be competitive.
Yes.
So I believe in Africa to the core. I feel Africa is the market, not your national. I so much believe that the black man should be empowered. We are not dog people. We are not poor people.
Yeah.
So now AI is being created. Who is supporting the AI ecosystem in Africa to start ensuring that the algorithm is registered here? So we can't take it away. But there should be a system, in trademark, the right is arrogated to a human being. In China, they've started retweaking that law to see that even machines will get it. So where is the machine first recorded? We have people going to the moon. So Africa, there should be reform and reform. We cannot sit here and say no, because someone is creating something fantastic using our culture or AI, we should discard it and not allow it to thrive. What we should start with, let's start seeing how do we also maximize that benefit from our own end as Africans.
Yeah. Because
AI has come here to stay. They make work easy. They make you do something less, So how is our law currently speaking to that effect? If it's not speaking to that effect, how do we ensure it does? Especially when it comes to IP.
Yes. Because if you look at a lot of the content that we have online, and this is just digital content alone, people are creating some awesome stuff, from movies to music. especially on the music. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I think even right now, Spotify is paying people very little money because everyone has flooded that space with artificial music. And you're literally, someone just sits down in 2 minutes, they have a song and it's there and it's making millions.
Yeah.
So we've gotten to that point as human beings, and we'll probably even get to other points whereby we'll have physical matter that is being presented in that way. We still don't have an African native AI to help us also just produce from our own cultural perspective. That is something else that I think perhaps when you sit down and have that summit, you will talk about. When is the summit?
It's from the 11th to 13th of November. His Excellency Wamkelemeni will be here, and that's why we are calling out His Excellency President
William Ruto
to also honor, to come and speak and so the world knows, and also invite other state parties, neighboring countries, because IP you can protect and do everything nationally, but when it's abused across your border, what happens? So that's why government of Uganda, Rwanda, and every neighboring country should also be present here, so that because if you see China, the president of China, as far as the IP system in China, in China, even Japan sits in the president. So it's led as a national issue. So even with the vision 2060,
yes,
IP should be even the forefront.
I agree.
Driven from that, because it sets the base for this. So the time. The date is from 11th to 13th November 2026. We're looking forward to Africans converging on the issue of IP in Nairobi, a very thriving hospitality people, a country you guys have done very well for yourself. So people are coming, and we hope that they will experience Kenya, as it were, and go back, making those changes they desire within the IP ecosystem.
True. The kind of folks you're looking to talk to is, I know you've said you'll have Kekobo there. You will also, Kekobo is the Kenya Copyright Board.
Yes.
Then you will also have Anti-Counterfeit Authority there as well.
The Kenya Intellectual Property Institute as well. The universities, law firms, right owners, producers, manufacturers, pharmaceutical society, the Manufacturers Association, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. These are people that we are reaching out to, and as well as development partners, because it's the holistic issue. This is we are the largest, with all sense of humility of gathering IP practitioners in Africa as we speak now, because we look at it from the lens of 1.4 billion people, 3.5 trillion market under AFCFTA, and AFCFTA implementation. Whatever we do, if it doesn't have IP as the implementation pathway, then you trade with what? You trade just with communities, just what we are known for. We extract it, know what it vanishes there. When they add one value, they say, don't want to ask where is it coming from again. They just want to know the brand name, and that is it. So we are saying we want IP to be in the fore, where we trade across border. It is based on IP. What is the brand name? Where is it coming from? Not just commodity. Then when it goes up again, even services is also IP. There are services that are protected under IP, and as well as the youth and women in trade, which is a unique part of protocol under Intentional Party. What are you doing? The young people create movies, music, but they are still poor. Why? And their music is being played. They're just giving some peanut. So we say IP should be mainstream, and people should start writing their will and keeping IP as an asset that will hand over to that generation. And when a business is registered first, it's okay. I've registered my trademark. How do I commercialize it? Okay, I have an IP in this area. This is the value I'm valuing it, and this is the value I'm giving to my business. So those understanding we are bringing to the fore. So across competition, if there is any, if we have a competitive edge, because I have an IP, my brand is known by 50,000 people, 200,000 people. I don't know if you guys in Radio Generation also have IP to your stuff, because from here you also have to having your bump mic, your mic. Generation
it's branded. Our studios are also
branded. But you have to move from here and start commercializing, start scaling it up a little. That's how it starts. So we should go. Someone should come in and say, okay, Radio Generation has a pen. Now you've expanded. Radio Generation has.
We have merchandise.
You have
now.
merchandise. That is it.
Right.
That is it.
You know, there's something perhaps I need to ask, because yes, it's going to be a conversation amongst Africans for Africa. Do you have partners from outside Africa that have understood the processes they took to get where they are, and they can help us get there? People who are unbiased.
Yes. Absolutely. So we have the diaspora community in Africa. They always come in from Russia, from US, from UK, Germany. They come in. It's right. We have a mechanism where we do, because they also say that Africans don't write. We just talk. We just say, hand it over to the generation. Where is it documented? Someone can just be biased and just tell his own story. Say, but hand it over. Now we say, start writing your African own story and IP. So we're having writers, and people have lived in places where they've also filed IP to come down and participate. So at the country level, last year we WIPO partnered with us, and we believe that this year we'll have those partnership at that level as well. We are not saying we just want to create everything. We also want to learn as you write this. So people have done things, and we can learn from them, so that we get better. Then when we learn from, we take the ones the good, we take the ones that we feel will not suit well for us because of our development status. Because IP has economic component, it has development component as well. It has sustainability component. So all this component has not been discussed in the African reality, and that's what we are doing in November.
And even research and development, really we have fallen far behind. Perhaps this is part of the conversation that will help us get to that next level.
Yes.
And I like the fact that Nigerians have really led this conversation in a very good way. You guys have understood this thing well, but I agree. You said there's still more to be done, but you guys have made some serious strides, and perhaps we shall learn something.
The truth is that the All African IP Summit is not a Nigerian thing; it's an African thing. We have the steering committee have 30 people working in Kenya. Here I'm here because when I say I've been here, I speak in Kenya. I come to Kenya every day digitally, because we have partners on ground. We have Roll and Take as our implementing partners here in Kenya, leading the charge for us. We have even volunteers, a young lawyer, NS, that is with me here, and other key stakeholders that I can't even mention. And we have people from Uganda. We have from Tunisia. One of our advisory council member is from Morocco. We have from South Africa. We have Professor Francis of Strathmore as part of the advisory council.
Wow.
So we have people, 30 people from across Africa, and we'll be unveiling something that will keep on pushing us forward.
Okay.
So it's not a Nigerian thing, it's an African agenda under the AFCFTA. That's why I said that Africa is Africa. But we are different, but it's Africa. One market, one people, collective prosperity.
True.
That is what we are pushing for.
Thank you so much, Sanba Kalu.
Yeah.
Nice to host you today. And it's happening in November, so we still have some time. Come, I'll introduce you to an amazing team here that can help us perhaps make the voice even bigger and definitely better.
Thank you.
Look forward to it. Folks, it's a Friday, man. It's time for us to bounce. City.
If I may?
Yes, sure, you
may. I'm actually not a professor. It is the white hair and the white beard that makes people
That's
think
a brand. That's a brand.
That is a brand, yes. But you wanted me to say bye to the audience, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I wanted to
have
do.
a lovely weekend, people.
All right.
Yes.
I shall be seeing you here back on Monday, bright and early. Don't forget, by the way, we have something that is happening on the 10th of September 2026 at the Radisson Blu. It's the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue. We're going to be hosting lots of folks there. We want to focus on the industry leaders, financial institutions, investors, and SMEs, have panel discussions, practical workshops, investment insights, and plenty of networking. Langopass.com is where you will get your tickets, but for reservations and maybe questions that you would like to have answered, 0113 311604. Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue. It's all about igniting growth and Sharia compliant finance at the Radisson Blu from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's 10th of September. You have lots of time to organize for that. But for now, we say until that time, man, it's been real.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.